Hello. Sorry, I wanted to shuffle after this song. How's it going? Hope y'all are having a good Friday. I am tired. Anywho, welcome to stream. Thanks for hanging out. You're the best. I don't think there's anything too crazy going on in my life. I currently have 5 holds at the library ready for me to pick up, with 2 more on the way. That I all have to read for one of my classes. I don't have to fully read them, but I'm gonna try to, because that's just who I am as a person. But we'll see how that goes. Excuse me. But yeah, tonight we're gonna keep on trucking with Ace Attorney investigations. I think we have 2 cases left, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me check. Yes. The Forgotten Turnabout and the Grand Turnabout. I don't know which one is the one next, so we'll see. But one of them has 6 parts and one of them has 5 parts, so they're gonna be fucking long. Just like they have been. I had been initially thinking that next week would be the last week that we played this game, and I think it's gonna take a week longer than that. So we'll see. Maybe I can really get through these last 2 games 1 week each, but I doubt it. I'm just gonna hop into it, because as much as I'm loving these jams, this is Louis Zong, by the way, we'll finish this song. This is a Long Line Ranch album he just released. Much as I'm loving this, I would like to just get into it. Oh god. Hair's all knotted. But now I have more music for us to listen to, more variety for the beginning of streams, and for those days we do, like, what's that game? Power Wash Sim or shit like that. Okay. Beautiful, amazing, wonderful, spectacular, ever before seen. Okay. We here, we're queer, and we're playing as a prosecutor. I couldn't think of a rhyme. The Forgotten Turnabout is the next one. Okay. From here on out, let the council begin. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Oh shit. Who are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? Oh jeez. Ah! Oh shit! They push her off the roof? Quarter past midnight. It's a quarter past midnight. Not quite. It's like 5 after midnight. Or 1:30 in the morning. What do I know? High Prosecutor's Office. Are we already the High Prosecutor? Calm down. You're getting dust everywhere. I've already cleaned this room. Oh god. I've already cleaned this room 3 times since this morning. Well, now you'll need to do it a 4th time. You're way too calm, sir. What if they actually take your badge? A decision has not yet been made, but it looks like it's pretty much decided. Don't you remember what Judge Courtney said? Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today. And you will most likely be required to appear before them. I have been ordered to attend the meeting. That is all. I hate this, sir. I won't be able to work with you anymore. As a detective, perhaps you should welcome this turn of events. You would no longer have to work with such a troublesome prosecutor as myself. Why would you say something like that, sir? Problems with the PIC and their false accusations. Mr. Edgeworth, don't tell me. You actually want to become a defense attorney? Because you can't do that. Being a prosecutor is exactly what made you Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. A defense attorney, huh? I became a prosecutor because of the incident where I lost my father. However, the reason I became interested in the legal world was because my father, who passed away, had been a defense attorney. To fight crimes as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. Are you listening, sir? I don't like this one bit. There is no need for you to be so pessimistic. Maybe my replacement will be more lenient during your salary assessments. I see. That way I can eat more than just instant noodles every day. Wait, what am I saying? That's not the point here! He was actually imagining it. We're busy right now. Come back later, pal. Who's this? Paging Mr. Edgeworth. Is there a Mr. Miles Edgeworth here? Mr. Edgeworth is busy now. I'll listen to whatever you have to say later, pal. This isn't good. Your face has become all red. A red face? Like I said, we're kind of busy right now, so... I've got it! You have a tummy ache, right? This calls for an injection. Stat, please roll up your sleeve. No, I'm perfectly healthy. Who might you be? I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Karen Jensen. I am a registered nurse at the Die Young Hospital. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, but nobody here is sick. You must have the wrong room. Are you Mr. Miles Edgeworth? You have such great wrinkles between your brow. Could it be lupus? This calls for an injection. It's not lupus. Just tell me what business you have with me. Yes. Actually, there's someone who would like to see you. Please wait a moment. I'll call them here right now. Wait. She left, sir. I wonder who she's gonna bring. If she's bringing someone from the hospital. Could it be a patient, sir? Maybe it's someone who was traumatized by your harsh words. What is that supposed to mean? See, when you glare at me like that, I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack. You could send someone to the hospital with that. Is it really that bad? I'm just being my normal self, though. Miles, you have, like, the worst case of resting bitch face maybe on the planet. Is that... Sorry for the wait. Well, what do you think? Is that Kay? What do I think? Do you not recognize me? Now that she mentions it, I feel like I've met her before. Is it Kay? This card, your name was written on it. Do you know who I am? Mr. Edgeworth, maybe you really did send her to the hospital. Of course not. But this is your business card, sir. Clearly says Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. That's true. I'm terribly sorry. Well, the truth is, this girl suffers from memory loss. Everybody in this game has to suffer from memory loss at least once. Memory loss? Why do you... Yes, that seems to be the case. Her parents should be worried sick right now. They probably haven't been able to sleep. I doubt they've gotten more than 8 hours. Oh, I don't think her parents are alive. Sorry. Isn't that plenty of sleep? I see. Sure sounds horrible, but it's all right now. Since she has that business card, she must be an acquaintance of Mr. Edgeworth's. Just leave it to us, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. We might be able to verify her identity, at least. Would you really do that for me? First, I'd like you to tell us everything that you know. That's all, Mr. Edgeworth. You have nothing to worry about now, miss. Oh my god. Good grief. It's definitely Kay. But still, where to begin? What should I ask her first? Miss, do you remember your name? My name... I'm terribly sorry. She's been like this ever since yesterday, you know? So you found her yesterday. Wow, that's amazing. How'd you know? What a tiresome woman. Found her stumbling around late last night, so I took her in. I wanted to help her out, so I looked through her things. So that's how you found my business card. Did she have anything else with her? Nothing to reveal her name or address. But she was wearing this when I found her. It's an unusual design, don't you think? This badge is... What? The Yatagarasus. That means it couldn't be. Are you Kay? Kay? Wait, is it Kay's like twin sister? Like, I feel like it's kind of Kay. You are Kay, right? I am Kay. Kay, don't you remember me? I mean, you always call me Gummy, pal. Gummy. I would call one of my elders something so rude. Maybe it isn't Kay. I'm so sorry. What a horrible thing I did. I feel like my heart is gonna burst from guilt. Just what happened to you, pal? You become so sensitive. If you're this sensitive and delicate and frail, then you're not even Kay anymore. You're somebody else, pal. Watch your words, detective. If you say that. Almost sounds like Kay isn't sensitive or delicate at all. Though I can't deny there's some truth to what he says. What sort of person was I before I lost my memory? Well, for starters, your name was Kay Faraday. A cheerful girl full of spirit and vigor, and a great thief. Great thief? Yes, to put it frankly, a great thief steals valuables from people's drawers and safes. Steal? I caused so much trouble for others? I'm so sorry. I never imagined I would be a criminal. I know they want us to think this is Kay, but maybe it isn't? I don't know. Maybe losing my memory was retribution for my crimes. No, you didn't actually... this is so messed up, sir. But it does sort of make sense, you know? These gloves and stuff, they look just like what a thief might wear. Oh my god. Those clothes! Yes, she was wearing them when I found her. Thanks for not showing us that before. I had her change her clothes, so I'm holding on to them for now. Something appears to be stuck on her clothes. So perhaps it has something to do with Kay's memory loss. I'll send her down to the lab later and have her check it out, sir. Good. I would be counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. At any rate, these really look like a thief's clothes, don't they? I am a criminal. It's true, you were a great thief, but never once did you commit a crime. That alone I can assure you. Is that so? It's probably better if I don't press this issue any further. I'm really sorry for not remembering you. What kind of relationship did we have? Well, that's rather difficult to explain. Okay, you were Mr. Wedgworth's assistant. Oh my, so then a prosecutor's the kingpin of a great thief. No, that's not what I meant, pal. The last time I met Kay was the day before yesterday. Just what did she do from then until now? Miss Jensen, was the badge the only thing the girl had on her? She did have some other things, but I don't really think they'll be very helpful at all. I don't mind. Please show them to me. Well then, I'll give them to you one by one, okay? This is a Jammin' Ninja mask. Maybe she went to a superhero show or something. This seems to be a letter addressed to Kay. This is a ticket stub, and this is a flower made of cloth, like the ones you usually see in restrooms, sir. Corsage. It's used primarily as an accessory for women. Okay. Well, that's everything. Did you find anything out? Not really. They were kind of a bunch of random items. I'll have to look them over in more detail later. Oh, this is horrible. Kay's lost in memory. I want to look at them. Okay, made of cheap plastic. Dear Kay, I promise that I'll get it back for you. Your most precious memory, Jill. Okay. Ticket stub used to enter the Grand Tower viewing platform. MIT 1, 404, student, no refunds. 1924. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 7:30. Okay. How do we get it back to normal? Calm down, detective. I've already thought of something. Oh, as I would expect, Mr. Wedgworth. So, what did you find out, sir? Look at this ticket stub. Oh, it's a ticket for the viewing platform of the Grand Tower. Miss Nurse, do you know something about the Grand Tower? Of course I do. It's a super famous dating spot after all. They say if a couple holds hands up there, they'll be together forever. Tee-hee. The timestamp on the ticket is from yesterday. Moreover, it's only valid on the day of issue. Since she only has the stub, she must have used it, right? It's very likely. Well then, let's go. Right now, sir? The cause of Kay's memory loss is hidden in her actions. But, what about the PIC? Hi, Nico. How you doing, friend? Still too early for me to be summoned there. So should I leave Kay with you then? That is what I would prefer. Kay, you're fine with that, right? To catch you up, Nico, Kay got pushed off of a building and has lost her memory. We're trying to figure out what happens. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Well, I have to get back to work, so if anything happens, please contact the Die Young Hospital. I know. Everybody's gotta have amnesia in this game series. You're good debating getting food from yet another food truck? Do it. Do it. Get that food, Nico. My hair is really doing it. Not a Karen. It's okay, it's spelled with an I. It's different. you guys need an injection. I'll be there anytime, any place. Island vibes? Ooh. Sounds delish. Yes, I understand. I don't think I will call her for an injection, though. Well then, let's go, Detective. And you too, Kay. Yes, sir. Thank you for helping me. April 5th, 2:07 p.m. Outside Grand Tower Plaza. According to the pamphlet, this building is 50 stories tall. This is the tower she got pushed off of in the beginning cinematic. No way she survived falling 50 stories. She must have fallen on something, right? Like, on a balcony, on, like... It's mostly filled with offices, though. Only the viewing platform is open to the public. Here you go, sir. Just got this at the reception desk. Good, thank you. Okay. Jamaican food? Hell yeah, do it. Hell yeah, do it. Get that good shit. It's Friday. Treat yourself. Jerk chicken. Oxtail. All that good stuff. Well then, let's head inside immediately. The Grand Tower is collapsing! What? What is... I'm about to make a joke. Maybe would have been in poor taste. What? No, I can't. Please stop, I beg you. Oh, it's only jerk chicken? No use, unless I drink fresh milk, my thoughts won't reach. What is happening? What's wrong, pal? Does something happen in the Grand Tower? Oh my god, it's a movie. Cut! Oh my god, it's her! Excuse me, we're in the middle of shooting a movie and, I suspected as much. We're sorry for any trouble we've caused you. Detective Gumshoe. I'm sorry, pal. Really thought the tower was gonna collapse or something. Whatever. Hey, director, I'm taking a break. Sorry, really, I'm sorry. What a relief. It looks like the tower's collapse was prevented somehow. Never had fried plantains before? From what I remember, they're pretty good. I think I had them when I was in Florida, like in college. But I don't remember, it's been a long time. Explaining all this to Kay as she is now would take more time than it's worth. Well then, we should get going. Okay. What is this on the floor? Garbage. Okay, this is the top, I guess. What a view! Bet I can see my house from here. The wind! It's really strong up here. I'm trying to do her voice, and I don't remember what her voice was. Everything looks as fine. Everything should be fine as long as you stay close to me and Mr. Redruth, pal. If you stop blowing away, one of us will be sure to get you. Kind of if she's a kite. Okay, do you recognize this place? I don't know. Was I really here? Maybe if I get her to talk a bit, it'll help jog her memory. Okay, just tell me whatever you remember. Anything will do. Okay, but I don't know how much help I'll be. Memories of the tower. Did I really come to a place like this? It's so high up, and the wind is so strong. It's frightening. Also, the hard thing about doing her voice is she was like chipper and upbeat and loud, and she definitely will not be that right now. I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. I'm sorry. Just as I thought, it's impossible. My memory isn't clearing up at all, huh? I'm sorry. It's a bit pathetic, isn't it? Are you both going out of your way? You're both going out of your way for me, but I'm not helping at all. I guess her eye got hurt. I mean, if she fell 50 stories, I really hope she did not fall 50 stories. There's no way she's alive and not have every bone in her body broken. You're doing just fine. You have memory loss after all. Alright, Mr. Redworth. Remember to go easy on it, sir. Normally you have this really intense and kind of scary look on your face. Yeah, this building is 50 stories tall, and this is what she got pushed off of. Like, I really hope, at least in the cinematic, it looked like this is what she got pushed off of. Someone wearing a raincoat. Dun dun dun. You're not helping, detective. This ticket stub proves that you are indeed here. But I really don't remember coming here at all. I don't think I would want to come to a place like this. You used to love places like this, though. Was that really me? We're so high up. Just looking down makes me dizzy. There's filming happening, so maybe she got picked off the set. Maybe. That would be a good guess, Nico. I think these kinds of places should be shut down. What if an elderly person or a small child were to fall off? The railing here is quite high. I think your worries are unfounded. Is that so? I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. You say you don't remember anything. In that case, is there anything that looks familiar? Looks familiar? Oh, the cherry tree. What about the cherry tree? I was standing under that cherry tree. That's right, I was taking shelter from the rain because it was raining then. And there, I saw something red. She was under the cherry tree while it rained. And from there, she saw something red. Is something wrong? It's nothing. Could you add that last part to your story? Nope. Yeah. I get it. I fucked up. I know. Stop it, Gumshoe. Maybe I should think a bit more carefully first. I know. Red what exactly? Red something or other. With something red, that's all I can remember about it. Speaking of things that are red here, could it be that stand over there? Stand? A red stand. Oh, that's right! I saw someone walking towards me from the other side of that stand. And then what happened? And then, I'm sorry. It's alright. Simply add everything you just said to your story. Okay, so we just gotta press everything. By that stand, do you mean the stand directly behind you? Yes, from behind that red stand someone came walking towards me. I saw it from under the cherry tree. You've been saying that you saw someone. Does that mean you didn't see their face, or was it a person you didn't know? I'm sorry, that much I don't know. So someone came walking towards her from behind the red stand, and she saw that from beneath the cherry tree. It's impossible. I don't know, the letter? Oh my god. Let me click through it. Man in red furrowing his eyebrows at me, kind of scaring me. Oh, that's me, isn't it? To listen more closely to case testimony again. I don't know. I obviously have something. I don't think it's. Oh, I just presented the letter. I forgot about this bitch. I'm behind this. Okay. I mean, this is the only new evidence that I feel like would make sense in this. The other side of that stand. Oh, I didn't want to press her. I already did this. Thank yous, though. I Sure. Alright, I guess. I don't really know why that's it. So you're saying that someone came from behind the stand and walked directly towards you? Yes, someone came right up to me. Then that someone must have been a ghost. No, it was a person. I'm sure of it. If this is where you were under the cherry tree, then someone behind the stand. They could stand there. Or they're like in the stand. This game has stupid logic. Would have any ground to stand on, they'd be floating in midair. No person should be able to stand there. Someone could stand there. Edgeworth. Ridiculous. Rude. It opened, but only like this much. Rude. But I'm not lying. Someone in red was on the other side of the stand. Oh. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer, and then that person. Okay. What's wrong? Calm down, it's alright. Me and Mr. Edgeworth are both here for you, pal. I was pushed off. That person in red, yes. They were wearing a red raincoat. Someone in a red raincoat was walking in midair. And furthermore, they pushed her off this building. Nonsense. There's no way she could be alright after falling from a building this high. Exactly. No fucking way. Ooh, this one was actually soft. No, I just dropped my candy on the floor. It's fine. It's fine. Attention everyone, please remain where you are. What's wrong, pal? I'm a detective. Tell me what's going on. Sir, a body was just discovered in this building. A body? Who is the victim? We're currently investigating the details, but the victim is a woman. We have verified that her name is Kay. What? What? No. That was the first part? Oh my goodness. That was short. Please save the data. I'll cry if you don't save the data. Who the oh my god, we're looking at her caved in skull? That's a lot. This room is... Would this room happen to be... Yes, sir. It's the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's meeting room. It's here? I'd heard they've recently moved out of the prosecutor's building. But to think that they moved here, of all places. Mr. Edgeworth, Kay. Oh my god, who's this old lady? Oh my god, look at her. What brings you here? How are you holding up? We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Sorry, but who might this be? This is my granny. Let me just...
Hi there, Sonny. My name's Bonnie Young. Who the heck are you?
She says, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Okay, my parents are home. Let me go close the door.
Go get it, Miss Man.
Minnie is freaking the fuck out. So excited because my parents are home. She's such a little Velcro dog. Isn't Miss Jensen, isn't Young the name of... Granny is the director of the Die Young Hospital. This old lady is the director.
Who are you calling old?
She says, she can read my thoughts. So that Granny's pretty important, huh? I wouldn't go that far. I mean, yes, she is. These people are the patient's guardians. You know, the one with amnesia. It seems she is a bit of an introvert.
Hey, Sonny. Want me to cure that bad case of the frownies for you?
She says. I'm afraid that's an incurable disease for Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Yes, it is. He's got chronic RBF. Really? Granny, you want me to say that?
You ain't got nothing to say to you whippersnappers. You're free to do whatever you want. But you better not get in the way of my autopsy.
You're doing an autopsy here? On the desk? Please wait,
No means no.
Hey, you don't have the right to decide that, pal. Oh my god. Sorry, Granny is the coroner, you see. And she's in charge of this case, so... Ouch! I'm very sorry, but that's the way it is.
What do you mean that's the way it is, pal?
Well, even if you ask me, I'm not the one who said it. Oh my god, they're just like beating each other. I kind of feel like I'm watching a comedy act, so... Well, we need to get back to the autopsy, so please excuse us.
What was with her attitude?
We received permission to investigate. There shouldn't be any problems.
That attitude of hers is a huge problem, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do now? We'll investigate the scene, of course. As a prosecutor, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Well then, let's begin. But the policeman said the dead person is also named Kay. Then, I'm pretty sure I'm not the Kay you know, Mr. Edgeworth. We shall investigate that now, but don't worry. There's no question that you are the Kay I know. Okay. An amnesiac Kay and a corpse Kay. Both are connected to the Grand Tower. Oh my god, excuse me. I'm certain that this case will lead me to Kay's lost memories. Oh. I'm sorry, right now, Granny is the middle of the autopsy, so...
Are you Sonny trying to get in the way of my autopsy?
Is what she's saying. Could you please just wait a little bit longer? Yes, I suppose we have no choice. We'll come back to investigate the body later. Okay. Blood. I'm standing in it, but okay. This is Lady Justice. You sure do know a lot, sir. So what kind of powers does she have? She's a symbol of justice, not a superhero. Said the scales represent justice, the sword, power, and the blindfold. Equality. Justice, the sword, power, and the blindfold. Equality. They won't rest until they've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Sure. How about just the pool of blood? A pool of blood lies at the feet of the goddess statue. Judging from the pool of blood, it seems that this was where the victim was killed. But sir, the body's over there. After murdering the victim, did the killer move the body? This is a really huge statue. Why is it in a place like this? Okay, Nico. Get your food. Enjoy. She's known as the goddess of justice. You might call it the statue for judging prosecutors. Seems the statue was also made by Pierre Hoquet, or a dead man. You mean the victim of the IS-7 incident, Isaac Delva. Setting aside his background and personality, he really was a brilliant sculptor. Well, I do say that artists are either geniuses or weirdos. I suppose Larry would fall into the latter category. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Why did we just bring up Larry to roast him? Like, my man. Alright, I don't have anything else currently. There's rows and rows of books. Solemn atmosphere. It's kind of scary, so. Scary? I would think that books foster a feeling of familiarity. Actually, I once got in a lot of trouble for running through a library at full speed, so. But this isn't a library, so a light jog will be fine, right? If I don't make sure to stop him, he might actually do it. Okay. Okay, now what? I talk to this man? You there, tell me the situation about the security of this room. Yes, sir, to enter this room, a special key card is required. I see. In other words, not just anyone can enter this room. Okay. So, the person who found the body was also... Yes, it was a member of the PIC who had come here for today's hearing. Member of the PIC. If not for this case, right now it would be... Oh, God. Excuse me. I imagine it's her.
Oh my god, it's Francisca!
Not who I was expecting at all!
You are... Oh, yes. What is it? That voice, it's Von Karma, right?
Do you know her, Granny? Good to see you again, Doctor. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. What is she doing here? I love her. Franziska von Karma. She's a prosecutor working with Interpol and the daughter of Manfred von Karma. She should be jetting around the world right now. Wherever there's a case, I will follow. National borders mean nothing before me. Your presence here must mean that this case has international significance. You know well enough that I'm chasing a smuggling ring. I shall recover all the stolen goods and crush that organization. Then, does that mean the smuggling ring is also involved in this particular case? Any further information is confidential. I'm not obligated to speak with you. So, it won't be that easy. Of course it won't. It's Francisca. Miss Francisca von Karma, Granny says...
The autopsy is complete. You're free to do what you want.
In that case, we would like to investigate as well.
I've heard rumors about you. No way I'm letting you near that body. You're the prosecutor who's about to get the boot. You better run on home now, Sonny.
Just so you know, I wasn't the one who said that, okay? Please, Granny, we need to investigate. No matter what.
Hey, lassie, who are you calling Granny?
I'm sorry. I'm not getting anywhere. I guess I have no other choice. Francisca, please allow us to aid you in your investigation. We must examine the body in order to find out what happened to Kay. To Kay Faraday?
I'm asking you too, sir. Kay's in really bad shape.
I don't know what's going on, but fine. I'll grant you permission. You have my thanks. She's got a soft spot for Kay. I love that for her. Come on, let me drink the alcohol. Of course, I didn't say it would come without a price. You'll explain everything to me later. We really owe you one, sir. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy.
Ouch!
So that's how it is. If you'd be so kind as to authorize them too, Doctor.
I suppose it's fine if he's with a prosecutor from Interpol.
Is what she says. I fully agree with Granny. By the way, the Von Karma name, the entire world will be judged. That's just common knowledge. By the Von Karma name. Not by the way. I don't know where I got that. That's rather conceited for common knowledge.
Well, it's none of my beeswax anymore,
is what she says. I hope you don't get in trouble for this. You needn't worry. My reputation will not be shaken by something so petty. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing his badge. Investigation Part 2. Begin! What is on the floor? It's half of a large round table with 11 chairs. It seems to be based off a certain legend. Arthur and the Brown Table? I know this one, sir. It's the famous Knights of the Brown Table. Edgeworth. Or Gumshoe. Dumbass. Huh, was I wrong? Knights of the Clown Table? Did I say knee? What? He's getting colder, but I won't say anything. Alright, let's just examine the body. Oh, it's a candelabra. That looks like Sky. Not Emma. It's Lana Sky. Is that Lana Sky? This body. It's not Kay, sir. It doesn't look like her at all. Looks like Lana Sky. Don't tell me they killed Lana Sky in the side game. Of course it isn't. Kay's alive after all. Her age is, I'd guess, around 30. And she's wearing a pantsuit. Maybe she worked in one of the offices in this building. So her identity is still unknown. I thought Lana Sky was in jail. Question now becomes, why did the police believe her name was Kay? Okay. Is this not Lana Sky? I hope it's not. There's a burn mark on her hand. Is it connected to the cause of death? No, it appears to be an old scar. She probably got it a long time ago. There seems to be something in her hand. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir. Understood. This is, oh, I know. This must be a gift card from the department store. Yeah! Seems to be a key card. Why? The question is, what was this key card for? Okay, it's for the security to get into the room, obviously. Something seems to be pinned to her jacket. It's made out of purple cloth. Looks like it's been forcibly torn off, doesn't it? Okay, I will deduce that in a minute. Left side of her white jacket has been stained deep red. This jacket, the buttons are on the right side. Isn't that normal, sir? All my clothes have buttons on the right side. For women, it's normal to have them on the left side. Mr. Edgeworth, you really do know everything. It's just common knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. Something white in her pocket. They're gloves, pure white ones. One for each hand, sir. They don't seem to be dirty. Could they be the victims? Okay, I had been examining her hand, but it's okay. This notebook. Huh? Isn't that Kay's promise notebook? This is the notebook she wrote all her promises to her father in. Really takes me back, sir. Yes. Promise 1, never take things from strangers. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. When Kay was young, she and her father wrote the promises they made in this notebook. Always greet people with a smile, even people we don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try to your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. However, why is it in a place like this? Now that you mention it, I once heard something from Detective Bad a long time ago. Seems that before anyone had noticed, Kay's memento had gone missing. What? So a piece of evidence that was in police custody went missing? Detective Bad frantically searched all over for it, but it seemed he never found it. What could this mean? Why was the missing notebook found here? You there, do you happen to know anything about this notebook? The victim was carrying this notebook when we found her. That was the only evidence we had to identify the body. So that's why you called her Kay. What a misleading victim, huh? Why does she have Kay's notebook? I sure would like to have some information on the victim's identity, though. Yeah. Is this going to be any different? Doesn't seem to be anything in this pocket. This pocket has holes in it, sir. Judging by how the cloth was pierced, she must have been stabbed by some sharp object. I assume that candelabra on the floor. All your coins would fall out of those holes, sir. Detective, haven't you ever heard of a wallet? Of course I have, sir. I just use my pockets, though. Most people do, right? Never mind. Could this be the murder weapon, sir? A 3-pronged candelabra. It's consistent with the number of stab wounds. She was probably stabbed by the prongs of the candelabra. A candy zebra? I'm afraid this is not quite what you're imagining, Detective. It's not what. A candelabra, it's a candlestick holder with multiple arms. Ah, so it's a candle holder. You know, one time I forgot to pay my electric bill and I had to get by only with candles. What time period are you from? Alright, let's deduce this bad boy, and I can logic together something else. Bam shabam. The purple flower Kay had with her. I wonder if that originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, the cloth does look the same as the one on the pin. Yes, let's compare them without delay. Please just let me drink. It's a perfect match, sir. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. The fact that this flower belongs to the victim means... that can only mean Kay Faraday's come in contact with the victim. And about that corsage, looks like it was forcibly ripped off. There is a possibility that Kay Faraday is connected to this case, and depending on the situation, we may have to consider her as a suspect. What did you say? There's no way she did it. It's unthinkable. Kay could never do that, sir. However, it's true we have no evidence to deny that claim. It's nothing more than a possibility at the moment. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? Indeed. For better or for worse. Alright, let's logic together the two things. Perhaps the key card the victim was holding is for this room. I'll go find out, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, from this room's security system, we were able to retrieve the data off the victim's card. So that means the victim was able to freely enter this room. If the card actually belonged to the victim, of course. Yes, of course. Okay. Okay. What else? Can I talk to Miss Francisca? Yes, what is it? Murder case at the PIC meeting room. Since you asked to cooperate in the investigation, I do hope you'll be able to produce results. Naturally. Why do you think I'm here? Well, now that you mention it, why are you here, exactly? That's right, she still doesn't know about my PIC hearing today. The circumstances behind it are deeper than the sea, sir. Allow me to explain on Mr. Edgeworth's behalf. Ouch! Miles Edgeworth, I do not care about your circumstances. All that matters now is reaching the truth of this case. Am I wrong? Indeed, there is some truth in what you say. If you ask me, I don't think that's totally right. Ouch! I'll say this. Whipping someone is easier than being worried. But being on the receiving end of that whipping isn't easy at all. Ouch! Okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna go through these. Francisco, why are you here when you're supposed to be working with Interpol? Curious, are you? It's confidential. I have no obligation to tell you. The response was as I expected. More importantly, shouldn't there be a prosecutor in charge of this murder case? I don't know who it is, but I was hoping it wouldn't be someone completely useless. You would rather us than DeBest. They're not even here yet. They're late. Just what is that fool doing? I have nothing to do with it, sir. I wouldn't think it's very commendable to just whip people at random. I swing, therefore I whip. That is my philosophy. I will whip anyone who slacks off on their work. To the yet unseen prosecutor in charge, I hereby offer you my sympathies in advance. Judging from your exchange just now, I take you've met Dr. Young before. How astute, Miles Edgeworth. That's right. She's an acquaintance of mine. Back then, it's a long story. Seems she doesn't intend to tell me anymore. Shall I leave it at that, then? So what happened back then? Please tell me about it, sir. Ouch! A foolish fool, shamelessly prying to other people's business. Watch what you say, Scruffy. How cruel, put me out of the blue. With great whip comes great responsibility, sir. One good whip deserves another. The scruffy fool gets the whip. Try harder, worthless whip bat. Appears I was right to leave it at that. Alright. I don't need to talk to you then. I need to talk to you. If things had gone as planned, I would have been standing here right about now. Yes, sir. Glad that PIC meeting was delayed, but the cause of the delay was due to a murder. It's troubling to think that the PIC meeting could condemn my career as a prosecutor. In any case, my top priority right now is to find the truth behind this case. Hi, Nico. You got your foods? You sonnies want something? Is what she says. Was not the right voice. Miss Jensen, could you tell me about your relationship with Dr. Young? Yes, ever since I was little. I've always been together with Granny. Whenever I got lost, she would search for me until it got dark. And whenever I fell down, she would watch over me until I could get up on my own. You have no Jamaican food? Oh no! Do you have other food at least? What a charming story. She sounds like quite the grandmother's child. And after I became a nurse, whenever I'm about to make a mistake with my injections, not there, there, she says, as she grabs the needle and ouch! You probably order some? Okay. That sucks. I'm sorry, Nico. Just hearing it hurts, pal. Keep those stories to yourself. Anyways, as long as I have Granny by my side, there's no nursing I can't do. I see. I fully understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Regardless of her charming story. Jesus. They do seem to share a very close-knit bond. You had to close early? Oh, okay. I got you. Dr. Young, you sure are a masterful coroner, pal. Oh my god, I'm really struggling. You work with such blinding speed, you make no wasted movements.
What do your sonnies know about autopsies? You don't know the first thing about my work.
Allow me to apologize for his rudeness. I'll be sure to reprimand him later.
Listen up, youngin'. It's my duty to perform the autopsy quickly and accurately. That's why I have no patience with those who get in the way of my work.
Is what she says. Are you satisfied? Yes, very much so. We only wish to investigate. We have no desire to get in your way. Looks like Dr. Young's stubbornness comes from her devotion to her work. I don't know if I need to be asking these questions. The Young Hospital is a splendid hospital, and Granny's in charge of it. Well, how about it? Would you like to be admitted and experience it for yourself?
That's right. Right now, there's an opening in our hospital suite. The outdoor spa.
We are in good health. There's obviously no need for us to be hospitalized.
That's right. We're perfectly healthy, pal. That's our sole redeeming feature.
Just what does he mean by that? Well, you see, the Young Hospital also accepts healthy patients. We're currently in the middle of our Full of Life Healthy Hospital Stays campaign. Those without injury or illness can stay at our hospital for half the price. Why would you need to stay at a hospital if you're healthy? This is the chance of a lifetime, so what do you say? Hospital stay? Hospital stay.
You know, an outdoor spa at half price does sound like a good deal.
Don't fall for it. Okay. Was there like more on her that I should have examined? Probably her head wound. I didn't inspect her head. There's some blood on her head. Maybe she was hit with something. We don't know that for sure. Our investigation will ultimately clear that up. Okay, that was the last fucking thing. Perhaps you get barbecue? Fuck yeah. Barbecue's delicious. So the victim's identity remains unknown. Should you really be calling me Kay?
Of course. What are you saying, pal?
Thank you, but then what about that woman? She is someone who you may have killed. That's all we know.
There's no way that's true. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
I also do not believe you killed her. You are such a naive man, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Oh god, here I come to save the day. That voice. It's him. It's him! So don't be afraid anymore, for the best prosecutor is here today. Ugh. I really don't like her. Pardon the interruption. Mr. Edgeworth, get away from the victim. I have inherited her dying wish. No one asked for you. Did you know the victim? Just as I thought. Don't tell me it's Lana Sky. The goddess of law will surely reveal the truth to us. So please, rest in peace. That's right, Justine. Now that I'm here, everything will be A-okay. The culprit will rue the day he crossed my path with my... Miles Edgeworth, who is this fool of a man? Why is she glaring at me? You are Francisca von Karma, am I correct? I apologize for my late introduction. I am Justine Courtney. And the deceased individual is not Lana Sky. Okay, thank God. Attorney Jill Crane, one of the members of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. I see. So that's why she had the key card. I take it you're in charge of this case. That's right. With me in charge, this case is gonna solved. That reminds me, I haven't caught your name yet. If you just wanted to know my name, you didn't have to whip. I just state your name. I will not tolerate any unnecessary remarks. Sebastian de Best. seems the pecking order has been decided. Mr. Sebastian de Best, here, this is from Granny. This is the autopsy report. Wahaha, it seems you've been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. This wasn't a competition to begin with. Our job is done. May we meet again in front of another corpse. Oh wow, what a sentence. Okay, let's go home quickly and eat some noodles. I'll be leaving too. Take care, everyone. I had noodles for dinner because that was about the only thing in the house. This straw is like just too short for this. The victim's head wound was post-mortem. Sebastian. And the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. That would be painful indeed. Autopsy report jotted down. Stab wound to the left chest. Head wound was post-mortem. Okay. Anyway, it's quite clear now. Kay Faraday must be arrested. What? What's the bigger idea, pal? It's just as he says, Detective. The culprit is Miss Kay Faraday. The young lady in bandages over there. Although, she's not wearing her usual attire. Are you not Miss Kay Faraday? And what would you do if she is Kay? If you're going to arrest her, then I will resist by any means necessary. That, I guarantee you. Ooh, Edgeworth! I am now convinced. The doubts surrounding your suitability as a prosecutor were indeed warranted. It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. You can go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. What are you saying, Kay? You can't just go along with them, pal. But I don't remember anything. What if I really did kill that woman and then forgot about it? If that's true. Acknowledgement is the goddess's mercy. Atonement is her will. The goddess of law will surely praise you for your prudence. Sebastian and Judge Courtney, if you believe she is the culprit, on what basis do you make your accusations? Unless I'm completely convinced by your explanation, I will not obey your orders. Fine, have it your way. Now sit tight and listen to the perfect reasoning of De Best. I am the best in the world. No one else can do what I do. Yes, that's why I was the first to realize that Kay Faraday is the culprit. She broke into the meeting room in order to steal something. In other words, she's the only one who could have killed Miss Crane. Okay, most of that was nonsense. The logic's as awful as ever, sir. Harsh words coming from you, Detective. Jeez. I asked for some basis of your claims, yet your reasoning has told me absolutely nothing. However, we have no evidence to prove she didn't do it either. Don't worry, Kay. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle. You think my deductions are some kind of miracle work? You better not disappoint me. Understand, Miles Edgeworth? Because if you do, this whip of mine won't stay silent. Yeah. Only one statement in that makes any sense. Why the fuck would you think this? To steal something? Steal what, exactly? That's, what Kay Faraday tried to steal was a file. Its contents, to be exact, an investigation report regarding Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you have any evidence to prove she did something like that? I'm not the one who needs to present evidence. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Yes, I suppose that may be true. What? At any rate, Sebastian, please continue your reasoning. What do you mean? Do you have any evidence to prove that no one else but Kay could have committed the crime? Nope. Sebastian, let me tell you what would be the best thing for you to do. Look into any other possible suspects besides Kay. Right now, post-haste. The best thing for me to do? Look into other possible suspects? According to the preliminary reports, there were no traces of anyone besides her. Even so, isn't it too premature to declare she's the culprit? Declaring that she isn't so early into investigation is a little premature as well, is it not? You need evidence that can prove Kay's innocence. Good grief, there's a limit to how much you can falsely accuse someone. It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have to... Fear not, Kay. The truth will be revealed soon enough. Mr. Edgeworth, Kay couldn't have murdered Miss Crane. If I can just prove that, she'll be cleared of suspicion. Okay. She broke into the room. I mean, this is obviously the statement I gotta present something to. No. 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 I mean, maybe, because she got a stick and stuff, but, like, it only goes to the viewing platform. No. I'll walk towards her from behind the stand and push off the roof. Could note that somebody else was already in the room, so why would she break in? Okay, the music stopped. Certainly sounds like you are quite familiar with this room. The best man for the job should know all about the best places. Unfortunately, it seems you're not the best man for the job. Are you mocking me? That's for you to decide. You didn't even know about this key card, did you? That's for you to decide. It's such a good comeback. Am I making fun of you? You get to choose. Of course I know about that. You needed to enter this room. Huh? Was it really needed? This foolish fool simply doesn't know when to give up. Sebastian, do you really suspect Kay? That's right, she's the only one who could have done it. Well then, allow me to ask you. Since this room can only be entered using a key card, how did she enter the room without one? Well, she probably used this and that and... Oh, did you pull a muscle? Explain to me then. The door could only be opened by members of the PIC, which means... Yes, that's correct. She's conceded so easily? Take a look at this. It's a record of this room that I investigated just a while ago. At 12:52, a door was opened using Miss Crane's keycard. Okay. It's probable that the killer entered the room together with the victim, Miss Crane. After entering, the situation must have soured, leading to the murder. Your logic holds, but it's still merely conjecture. And it would imply the killer and the victim were acquainted. No way, pal. Kay doesn't even know the victim. That is merely an assumption on your part, unless you have any evidence to prove your claim. Evidence is everything in court and at the crime scene. Without it, your argument is invalid. In that case, I trust that you have evidence to prove that Kay Faraday and the victim were connected. Of course. What? This letter was discovered by Dr. Young in Miss Crane's breast pocket. The victim belongings? Why did she withhold such vital evidence until now? Could it be she was waiting for the perfect time to reveal it? Come to think of it. And the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? Well, I do appreciate your enthusiasm. Perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. I'll read it for you. To Miss Crane, thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad that we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Kay. In other words, Kay Faraday and Miss Crane were accomplices. They probably planned to steal something from this room. Preposterous. Wait, that means the main culprit is... Still Kay Faraday, of course. It just means her crimes have increased by yet one more. Victim, letter, jotted down. Okay. I'm gonna throw out this straw. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to bump you. I'm the main culprit. Ugh. Don't believe her, Kay. It's all a bunch of nonsense. There's no way Kay would do something like that. Nonsense? Not at all. The evidence speaks for itself. Wouldn't you agree? I knew that they wouldn't suspect Kay unless they had some sort of proof, but to think they would actually have such decisive evidence. Nicely done, Justine. Thank you very much. Your explanation is still insufficient. I cannot accept such an argument. Sebastian, would you please leave this to me? All right, make sure you shut Mr. Edgeworth up once and for all. I can't allow their allegations to gain any more momentum. I must turn it around here. The relationship between Kay Faraday and Miss Crane is documented in the letter. She roped Miss Crane to assisting her with a plan. However, for some reason, the partnership broke down. Miss Crane was murdered, but with her dying breath, she managed to retaliate. Her parting gift was this letter, which she tucked safely away in her breast pocket. I don't think so. Because, like, if Kay killed her in this room, what was the retaliation? Right? Like, pushing her off of the roof. But this room is not the roof. It's not like a window is broken. And then how did she end up on the fucking desk? It's not better than ever at Gumshoe. Testimony is even better than ever. Might be your most perfect it's ever been, sir. No, it isn't. You gonna be alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. He's saying What's happening to him? How unsightly, Miles Edgeworth. Save your stoic act for some other time. Miss Von Karma, just whose side are you on? I'm on nobody's side, Scruffy. When searching for the truth, it's best not to take sides. Watch what you say, Miss Von Karma, or else Mr. Best is gonna... Best, you say? Well, I can tell you the side I'm on is always the... How irritating. Well, I suppose that's one thing we can agree on. Letter from Kay. I definitely need to present this letter. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the information. Roped into assisting the plan, the relationship broke down, was murdered. Parting gift is a letter which she tucks safely away in her left breast pocket. Oh, I can check it? Yeah, what? Why are there, like, needles in the fucking... Like, what is this? Prongs of the candelabra are covered in blood, and the shape even matches up with the victim's wounds. Is this the murder weapon of this case? Okay. Wasn't the stab wounds in the left? And then, didn't Gumshoe make some kind of comment about how all the coins would fall out? Judge Courtney, could you take a look at this piece of evidence? I'm afraid I cannot accept that piece of evidence. Oh. Rude. Maybe it was like the next one? Maybe it's a different piece of evidence, something like that. Found a bag stuck to the back of my fan through the screen. That's not good. Oh, come on. I'm glad you found it. Okay, this says the left chest. That's probably... Okay, there we go.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy. Hi, Cody! The length of 3 babies? 27. What does that mean? I'm so confused, Cody. The length of 3 babies. What's the length of 3 babies? I said something rude to Autumn right before I said rude, and she cracked up. I'm so glad I can make your wife laugh. That's the highlight. 27 months, 3 gestational periods. Cody, do you got baby brain? Danny Gonzalez and his wife are having a baby. His wife is pregnant. I just saw that on Instagram today. I'm very excited for them. I just finished this whole bottle of soju. Hell no. Thank you everyone for retweeting the stream. I really appreciate it. Yeah, he's married. I always forget because like all of the rest of the I mean they're like all married now, like the commentary white boys. Him, Curtis just got married last year, or like earlier this year, a couple months ago. Drew, I believe, is married. And then Danny's been married, I think, for a long time at this point. Drew is as well, has been married for a while. Now we just need Jarvis to find himself. God, I love Jarvis. I love all of them. I'm big into all of them. Anyway, tangent aside. Yeah. I don't know how long him and Laura have been married, but I think it's been a couple of years. But they haven't. It's hard for me to wrap my head around these people I watch on YouTube might also have children. Like, it's just kind of weird. But I'm very happy for them. Very excited. The victim held on to the truth until her dying breath. A truly touching story indeed. The voices of the dead are soft. One must listen carefully to hear their dying wishes. Oh no, now we know they fuck. The image is shattered. How could they have sex? If Miss Crane has spoken, Kay Faraday is the culprit. Perhaps the voices you've been hearing are actually the whispers of the devil. Okay, Edgeworth. Hey, don't make fun of Justine. Can't even imagine. Oh, no longer my hero because they fuck. How gross. Ugh. Disgusting. Hero status rejected. Can't even imagine. Let's listen to the voice of reason. Judge Courtney. I almost said Court Judge-ney. Judge Courtney, please look at the autopsy report. There's no need. I remember it perfectly. The victim was stabbed in the left breast. Now they're the villain. No, it can't be. A letter was found in the victim's left breast pocket. And that's where the victim was stabbed with the candelabra, right, sir? Precisely. Wouldn't have been possible to stab her there without piercing the letter as well. So, that begs the question, why was the letter found in the victim's pocket? It's simple. It was placed there after the victim was suspected to throw suspicion on Kay. Someone intentionally wanted to create this very situation. In other words, there exists the possibility that the letter was forged by the true culprit. No! The real murderer tried to pin the crime on Kay. That's the only explanation for the letter. Oh my god. The British accent's drifting into everybody else. And doing so, the murderer ended up digging their own grave, right, sir? The culprit is Kay Faraday. The letter was... yeah, it was actually found in the victim's other pocket. Huh? What are you saying, pal? Officer's report when he said the letter was in... Officer's report was wrong when he said the letter was in the left pocket. It's actually in the... Ugh. A foolish fool who continues to make a fool of himself. Is there no cure for your foolishness? Is that the furry guy from the Ghibli movie? Are you talking about Totoro? Cody. Your neighbor's a furry. Oh my god, I'm just gonna take an... Oh, my phone just fell on the floor. What a good response, Nico. Quit calling me a fool. I saved you the trouble of punishing him yourself. Maybe the house is empty. I'm gonna move in. Gonna move in right next to you. Indeed, though I had no intention of punishing him. Could be gone for the season, then need to migrate back. The letter is stained with blood, no doubt because it was found in the left breast pocket. There couldn't have been an error in the officer's report. Unless you were the investigator. Burn! Say something, Justine. I see you have no objections. And allow me to continue. There's one more potential... Oh my god, wrong voice. There's one more potential suspect in this case. Don't be ridiculous. The killer entered this very room. There wasn't anyone who did that besides Kay Faraday and the victim. Faraday. To enter the meeting room, one needs a key card. And their reasoning assumes the murderer and the victim entered the room together. This is what we overlooked. If we just discard that assumption, then this evidence reveals the other suspect besides Kay. I assume the time card. This is the key card record Judge Courtney handed to me earlier. The victim's key card was used at 12:52 a.m. and there was one more person who also used a key card. So you were saying the person was waiting to ambush the victim inside the meeting room. The key card was used at 10:15 p.m. I wouldn't say it's impossible. No, it's impossible.
And what makes you say that, pal? You got any proof?
Of course I do. I myself am that proof. I was the one who used that key card, after all. Okay. Is there something strange about a PIC member entering the PIC meeting room? Why isn't it labeled? That proves nothing. The fact that you were in here at all makes you a suspect. Or do you perhaps have any evidence that you didn't kill your colleague? I would love her to get accused of murder at this point. Such nonsense. What would I gain by murdering her? Allow me to reiterate what you said earlier. I'm sure it will all become clear upon further investigation. I would love her to be the suspect. Why would I, a faithful servant of the law, commit a crime? True enough, I entered this room. However, that alone is not reason enough to suspect me of a crime. Oh, that's not reason enough to suspect Kay! If that's the case, please tell me why you entered this room. I had some business to take care of, and some preparations to be made. She looks like she can slay. Oh my god. Preparations? That sounds pretty suspicious, pal. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose what these preparations were. However, I'm sure you could hazard a guess, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Slay her co-worker. So, she was preparing for my hearing. She must have gathered all the necessary materials to take away my prosecutor's badge. Wonderful, wonderful. Who's this? It's good to see young people go head over heels so ruthlessly. Who the fuck is this? Who is that? Who are you? That takes me back. When I was young, I'd always butt heads with this brash detective. And one day, he just disappeared. I hope he's still doing well. Who is this man? Here comes the waterworks. Chairman Best. Oh no! This is his son? Or his dad? Did she just say DeBest? Hello, Courtney. You sure are full of energy today. And if it isn't little Von Karma, how much you've grown since I last saw you. Sir, it's been quite a while. A curtsy? You don't have to treat me like some sort of stranger, you know. Why is he like wringing out water from his beard? Remember back in the old days when you sit on my lap and call me Unky Boo Boo? Here we go again. Oh, how I cried back then. I guess, yeah, Nico. Pops, what are you doing here? A member of the PIC was killed, and I heard that you were in charge of the case. What kind of prosecutor was followed around by his own father? Hold your tongue. Do you have any idea who this man is? Chairman of the PIC, former chief prosecutor. He's the right hand of the goddess of law. Must be salty? Absolutely. Now, Courtney. I'm just an old chunk of coal. There's no reason to speak so highly of me. Please excuse my subordinate's behavior. I am Prosecutor Edgeworth, isn't it? Along with his trusty sidekick, Dick Gumshoe. Oh, Jesus. I am Blaze DeBest. I'm the proud father of that idiot over there. I was not expecting. Oh my god. Just roast him in front of his colleagues, why don't you? Holy shit. Oh my god. When that boy was born, me and the missus were happy as can be, you see? But now, I don't even know where she's gone to. Oh my god. What is this man? Pops, you need a handkerchief. I'm gonna cry. That's so fucking funny. Yes, Sebastian is an idiot, but he's such a good boy and oh. Motherless. Quite the doting father? He just called his son an idiot in front of you. Now then, Courtney, how's the investigation going? Why don't you suck on it and find out, Cody? I totally missed that. Oh my god. You too need to be put in jail. Sir, we've established the culprit was Kay Faraday. We are currently focusing our efforts. There are too many uncertainties in this case. It's impossible to determine she's the culprit. Surely you haven't forgotten the matter of the letter. I already told you, it was just a simple mistake. The letter was in another pocket. Ouch! You talk too much. Now, let's all play nice. Everyone, just calm down. I'm sorry that you had to witness such an unsightly scene, Mr. Chairman. Don't apologize, Courtney. I can follow everyone's logic. Except Sebastian's, that is. Hey, Pops! That was not his voice. Throwing punches left and right. Swung at my boy, then you'll connect. Swing up, my boy? Cody, I'm gonna help him. And I got a black belt. Poking the bear, if you will. Because I know Cody will say something out of pocket. Kill me instantly. And you got me as backup, don't you worry. Chairman DeBest, I'm a prosecutor. My duty is to bring criminals to justice. However, I won't make someone out to be a criminal without evidence, sufficient motive and evidence. I've heard about you and your relationship with the suspect, you know. To share such a strong bond. Guy elicits the police and arresting criminals countless times, pal. Countless? I'm gonna say it's like 7 times. I feel like there's a count. We've seen all the cases. There are too many facets of this case that remain unexplored. I see. The bonds of youth are a wonderful thing indeed. What? But that is that, and this is this, you know? What's that supposed to mean? Prosecutor's office needs to resolve this case as quickly as possible. I mean, just think about the other cases that are piling up. There's no time to waste here. It's unfortunate, but you understand, right, Edgeworth? No! What? Now then, Kay Faraday. I'd like to arrest you now. Okay. No! I won't let you. Kay's innocent, pal. What the fuck? To defy Chairman DeBest is to defy the law. It'd be a grave act of disloyalty, in other words. A hearing won't be needed. Are you prepared to lose your prosecutor's badge? That's Mr. Edgeworth. That's Mr. Edgeworth's badge. You can't do that. Using a prosecutor's badge as a shield. What has the PIC come to? Okay, you haven't done anything wrong. Mr. Edgeworth, it was only for a short time, but thank you for everything. You think DeBest did it? Maybe. Yeah. I'm sorry. I turned out to be a criminal. We will make sure to impart your confession to the goddess of law. Absolutely not. What should I do? When I was young, I wanted to become a defense attorney, like my father. Someone who can fight to save those in need. And right now, this badge is holding me back. A mere badge for the life of a dear friend. Edgeworth. I don't even have to consider it. I love him. Alright. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Objection! Hold it right there, Judge Courtney. I almost did it again. I almost said Judge Jordy. What is happening to me? What is it now, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Judge Jordy. This is your prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this? Consider this my resignation. I am no longer a prosecutor. Oh! Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing? Explain yourself, Miles Edgeworth. You can't be serious. Mr. Redgeworth, you're joking, right? If you aren't a prosecutor, then my only mission is to bring the truth to light. If it's the prosecutor's path to turn a blind eye to the truth, then that title is worth nothing to me. I love this man. You deserve. Mwah. I know you only want to be kissed by your husband, but mwah, good job. I will walk the path that I believe in. I will not be stopped here. You're running away from Von Karma? From me? No matter what you say, I don't intend to go back on my decision. So, you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this, Francisca. That's what she's upset about, is him leaving her with him. I want to hug her too. Oh, everybody in this game needs a hug. Every single person just needs like a warm, loving hug. Francisca, this isn't against you. No, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I weren't here. Wait, Kay. Yes, run after her. Detective Gumshoe, don't follow me. But, Mr. Redgeworth, boss. I'm not your boss anymore, Detective. That's just too much, sir. It's always been you and me. We've always been a team. Detective Gumshoe, you no longer need to follow my lead. You should try to accomplish whatever you can on your end. Run after her, Miles. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, I love them all so much. This is bad. We just let a dangerous criminal escape. How could I let her get away? After all my hard work, you see. Rest assured, Mr. Chairman. All my hard work? I think you're right, Nico. I think you tried to fucking frame her. This area will be locked down immediately. Good. I expect the best from you, Courtney. Jortney. As she deserves to be called. To be continued. They always throw me off that the first case is or the first chapter is super short, and then every other chapter is not at all. April 5th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Kay! She's not here either. Where in the world could she have gone? Hi, Unky. Knock, knock, I'm here. They gotta get you hook, line, and sinker. They do have me hook, line, and sinker. All just straight in the heart. Mr. Shields. What's going on, Miles? Why the long face? Take it from Uncle Ray. You won't be popular with the ladies looking like that. Listen, he doesn't care about that. I know. Thank you for the bits. Why are you here? Did something happen? That's my line. Have you seen the news about the murder at the PIC headquarters? Your hearing. Wasn't it there today? Found myself wondering if you guys had somehow got caught up in it. Wait, it's already made the news? I hear they're searching for a teenage... Oh my god.
Dropping shit. Where'd it go? Can't even see it. Got too dark in here.
Heard they're searching for a teenage girl suspected of killing an attorney. Was I? This chop work is extra well done. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. There are honestly few things worse than well done pork. I can't imagine it'd been her, but it's been bothering me. Should give me the full rundown. The truth is, Miles, are you trying to give your Uncle Ray a heart attack? I'm not joking. She really did lose her memory. On top of that, she's a suspect. That makes things even more difficult. Not that bad since it's roasted, but it's dry as hell and the barbecue sauce not helping. Oof. Sorry, Nico. Where would she run off to? Can you, like, shred it more so it's, like, almost pulled pork and, like, add more barbecue sauce? I don't know. Where was she run off to? She lost her memory, right? I was hoping she would return here, but not likely. She felt responsible for what happened to you, right? Then there's no way she would come back here. I know that, but where else can I look? Calm down, Miles. This isn't like you. It's right to say you get so heated up. Well, that's not a bad thing. You're trying this hard to save an innocent suspect from false charges? I'm sure you make a great defense attorney. Actually, just a while ago, I turned in my badge. But that doesn't mean I've decided to become a defense attorney. Besides, Kay isn't just a mere suspect. I may have only known her a short time, but we've been through quite a lot together. Sir, that's his daughter, exactly. And I know she isn't capable of murder. You mix it up since they just put the sauce on top. I'm surprised. Never thought you would go so far to support someone else. I don't know if you even realize it yourself, but it seems a deep bond has already begun to grow between you and Kay. I'd say it even gives my bond with your father a run for its money. No, it's not that deep. Yes, it is. She just keeps barging into my state of affairs. Yeah, that girl can be quite a handful. But I'm certain that something has changed inside you since you met her. I'm really jealous, you know, after I lost my old partner. That's why you need to find Kay right now. I don't want you to lose your bond like your Uncle Ray did. Well then, I have a proposal. We have no idea where she is. Searching around blindly won't get us anywhere. In that case, why don't we try searching for the cause of her memory loss? Maybe that could give us a lead. I see. That might be a good idea. From what she told me, something must have happened to her at the Grand Tower. Great, that's it. Let's get going then. Hey, at the very least, could you stop looking so grim? If you stay that way, Kay probably won't want to come back at all. Good grief. No match for this man. I love them all. Seems it's already dark. Still open on the day of a murder. Gotta admire their capitalist spirit. But there's no one here. Looks like we got the place all to ourselves. There's somebody right behind you, Ray. To prove Kay's innocence, I'll need to investigate investigate her lost memories. Hey, let's go, Miles. We can investigate the roof as much as we want, so let's do what we can. Sure. Do what we can, huh? Suppose that's all we can do for now. Alright. Pegasus. The statue of a pony sparkling in the twilight. The statue has wings. Perhaps it's Pegasus, the flying horse of myth. No, there's a horn on its head. Is there? I thought these were just ears. Could it be the legendary unicorn? I thought unicorns didn't have wings. What's this? There's a plaque at the bottom. The title of this work is written on the plaque. A magical contradiction. I suppose the only part of this work I was able to understand was the contradiction part. Alright, nerd. It's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. Flowers are nearly in bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under the cherry tree. Okay. Okay. I thought I was gonna be able to examine this little fucking trapdoor. Uh-huh, I got it. Thank you. The person in the red raincoat pushed Kay off the tower. She said they came toward her from the direction of the stand. From that, we can deduce Kay was pushed over the railing on this side. Okay. The railing is about as high as my chest. It's unlikely that someone could fall from here accidentally. I don't see any particular problems with this railing. Okay. If you insert a coin, you can use these binoculars to get a nice view of the city. I'm sure if Kay were feeling better, she'd be happily glued to them. For her sake, I must thoroughly examine every nook and cranny of this viewing platform. Happily. I can't just examine this? I gotta fucking talk to them?
Miles Edgeworth, so we meet again.
What are you two doing here?
Well, we came all this way, so I thought we'd buy some cotton candy. What about you? You want folks to get the wrong idea about you?
Do not worry, I will decide my own actions.
You're just a no-good ex-prosecutor. It's no wonder you got the axe. Wait, what? You got fired?
You needn't be concerned with what happened to me.
Are you sure? Oh yeah, what happened to Kay? Huh? Was there some sort of trouble between you two? Anything I can do to help? What about an injection?
It's fine. Are injections your answer to everything?
Oh right, it's getting cold, isn't it? Let's go home. Well then, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, let's meet again soon.
A lot of red raincoats, yes. I assume we're supposed to think about the first case with the red raincoat. Here, sir, how about some heavenly cotton candy? Heaven's Tier. Heaven's Tier? Did they name them after the shape of the clouds you can see from here? We tear a regular piece of cotton candy in half and then sell it without changing the price. Oh my god. That's why the name is Heaven's Tier. We tear the costs in half while crying tears of joy. If the customer knew that, they would be crying tears of sorrow. Okay. This TV seems to be used for showing advertisements for the companies at the Grand Tower. Right now it's just showing regular television programs, though. Okay. Wait, what am I watching this for? The Steel Samurai doesn't air today. Oh my god, my man. It's a statue of a creature with the body of a lion and beak and wings of a bird. It's a hippogriff. These statues seem to be guarding the entrance to the peaceful park. Hippogriff or griffin? Hippogriff. Hippogriff, I think. It's an immaculate work, down to the last detail. But since it looks so fearsome, wouldn't it frighten away the visitors to the park? Let it be known that the Steel Samurai is his special interest and he won't watch anything else. Exactly. The man will watch one thing and one thing only. It's his autistic hyperfixation. Honey, were you hiding in the tree? Ow. Kay.
Don't mind me. I was just admiring the view beneath the tree.
Did you just fall out of that tree?
I didn't mean to fall. My foot slipped.
Okay. You're a suspect, and yet you've remained at the crime scene. That's not a smart thing to do. Even if you have memory loss, shouldn't you have realized this much? This whole time while you were playing this silly game of hide and seek. I've been worried sick about you.
Are you angry with me?
Of course I am. Answer me. What were you doing here? Did you think I'd let you off the hook just that easily because I have memory loss? Or because you have memory loss?
That's not it. I came here because I thought I could get your badge back.
What? If I don't regain my memories, you'll never get it back. I thought if I went back to where I lost my memories, and maybe I would remember. If I could just remember killing her. You're still the same as you were before you lost your memories. Your thoughts and actions have always exceeded my expectations. Without a doubt, you are the Kay Faraday I know so well. However, I cannot approve of your recklessness. I understand. Cut! You get 0 style points, Mile. Or more like negative points. Here's how it's done. Okay, how about a hug? Okay. Well then. Mr. Shields. It was just a joke, honestly. What is that? Interrupt this program with breaking news about the Grand Tower murder case. The police believe the culprit is a teenage girl who was present at the crime scene. She remains at large as the police continue to search for her whereabouts. Oh dear, this is getting pretty serious. Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. So then, why don't you tag along with us for a while, okay? But I'll just cause trouble for you again. It pains me to say this, but I've got nothing left to lose at this point. Mr. Edgeworth. That settles it. We're all in this together now. Miles, you're in charge of proving Kay's innocence. Failure is not an option. Yes, I understand. Kay, I want you to help Miles with his investigation as much as you can. Yes, I'll do my best. Let's be quick about it, before the cops find us here. Unlike some people, Uncle Ray still has a lot to lose. Sheesh. If I lose the law office, I'll never be able to face Gregory. I love that dork. I love all these characters so much, except for Courtney. I don't like her at all, or to best, really, but this man, I'm glad he's on our side. Alright, what else? Okay, this is the same. Can I just ask her questions? Talk! Let me talk to her! Yes, can I help with something? I came back here because I thought I might remember something. Could you again go over what you told me before? Well, it was raining, so I stood under the cherry tree to take shelter. And then a person in a red raincoat appeared. That person pushed me and I fell. Can you tell me everything about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry, I don't remember that much, sorry. No, wait. As the person approached me, I saw the moon just over their shoulder. The moon? Interesting. Yes, that's right. It's just a faint memory, but I think the moon was in the exact same spot as it is now. How? It's like 6 o'clock. It was floating just above the cherry tree. She could see the moon behind the figure in the raincoat. Okay. This is a new piece of testimony. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Mr. Edgeworth, for a while now, I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. What? Is it true? Is that true? Well then, please speak freely. Say whatever comes to your mind. Okay. I remember a faint scent. It was a wonderful smell coming from the counter of a food stall. I followed the fragrance only to find a perfectly sculpted burger resting on 2 golden buns. The tender and juicy patty made my tasty buns sing with joy. Yeah, probably, Nico. Yes, I can remember what I thought at that moment. I want seconds. I don't think this memory has anything to do with the case. You called yourself the great thief Yatagarasu. You prided yourself on being a noble thief who steals the truth. Do you remember anything about that? Well, maybe I was called a noble thief because I won the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize. That's Nobel, not noble. And they don't give out prizes for thievery. Okay. Let me examine this again. Oh, hello. We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor, and the investigation will continue throughout the night. 50th floor? Isn't that the meeting room with the PIC headquarters? That's right, we can see the shadows and the investigators behind those blinds. Uh-oh, looks like making a clean getaway just got that much harder. Seems we have no choice but to cleverly evade the eyes of the media. Maybe Uncle Ray should have become a spy instead of an attorney. If worst comes to worst, I may have to use Mr. Shields as a decoy. Minnie's barking about something. I thought I heard her little shrieks. Miles, just now you were thinking something terrible, weren't you? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay. This appears to be a live news broadcast. In other words, what we see on the screen is how Grand Tower looks at the very moment. Does that mean we can be seen on the TV too? No, the camera's too far away. It is too dark to see us clearly. There's no need to worry. Certainly be bad if Kate be seen on TV right now. Okay. Oh my god. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Not what I wanted. This appears to be, oh my god. Is this different? We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. 50th floor? Isn't that the meeting room? The PIC headquarters? That's right, we can see the shadows of the investigators behind those blinds. Looks like they're still investigating the meeting room. As the reporter said, you could see the investigator's shadows moving around. There is a huge contradiction in this image. I should present that piece of evidence. Okay. Good to know. Do I need to deduce, I guess? I don't know what it is. Okay. Oh. They say this is the meeting room. Okay. Something's wrong here. Do you know how many floors this building has? Of course, 50 floors, right? Just above the place where the PIC conducts their practically illegal cover-ups. Couples are wishing for love. Kind of ironic, don't you think? So, what's this dark area above the 50th floor? Maybe it's the Tunnel of Love. Those are always dark, eh? The viewing platform we're on now should be directly above the PIC meeting room. However, the late-night investigation is taking place 2 floors below us. This is a clear contradiction. Was there a mistake in the pamphlet? No, rather. It's more natural to assume the building has a hidden 51st floor. Okay. So she fell 51 floors. I see. So that's where the Tunnel of Love is. Oh, she's so pure and gullible. It's breaking Uncle Ray's heart. Do I have a pimple on my nose? Kill me. Then why don't you take this opportunity to be more serious for once? You just don't get it, Miles. I joke around to make things easier for you. On the contrary, its painful jokes only make things harder for me. I can't believe I drank a whole bottle of soju and I'm not even, like, tipsy. What the fuck? Okay. Now what? Give me a logic some things now? Where was Kay standing? I remember standing under the cherry tree. Okay. Pushed Kay over. It's in the same spot tonight. But if she saw the moon, then this can't be the railing she was pushed over. I don't know. Okay. If I recall Kay's testimony, a person in a raincoat approaches her from beneath the candy stand. Behind the candy stand. Then this person supposedly pushed Kay over the railing, opposing the stand. Moreover, Kay said she saw the moon over the person's shoulder. However, earlier I confirmed that the moon is floating in the opposite direction. And on the night Kay lost her memories, it seems the moon was in the exact same spot. Therefore, the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat don't match up. Her memories have probably become confused. After all, she had actually been pushed over the railing. Had she actually been pushed over the railing, she couldn't have survived the fall. Exactly. Perhaps I should question Kay's memory of where she fell. Kay probably did not fall over the railing. Okay. Where she standing and where she fell. Those feel like logical connections because they don't match up. Kay was not pushed over the railing on this side. After all, if you fell from here, you wouldn't even be alive in the first place. But I'm certain I was standing under the cherry tree. If I fell, the only place I could have fallen was over the railing. Well, maybe if the... Oh, no, there's a trap door right there. Maybe the ground just opened up from under you and swallowed you up. She fell down the trap door. The ground here can open up? How? No, it's just a joke, Kay. Please don't take it so seriously. No, strange as it may sound, that may actually be the truth. Even if it's only a small chance, it matters not. Let's try searching the area around the tree. It's that fucking trap door that I wanted to examine before, but you wouldn't let me. Yeah, this. Oh, it came towards you from the direction of the stand. From that we can deduce. Okay, yeah, shut up. It's this fucking trap door. There we go. Could not have fallen over the railing. There must be something around here that proves it. Yeah. It's you. This looks like a maintenance hatch. Okay, maybe you fell down here. Nah, just kidding. There's no way something like that could happen. I'm sorry, I just can't remember if... No, that was just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Right. So, when should I take you seriously then? When indeed? Well, if you jumped into Uncle Ray's arms, Mr. Shields. Come on, Miles, it was just a joke. A joke, you know? Oh, I get it. No one ever takes you seriously. Ouch. That stung a bit. Uh-huh. It's this fucking raincoat. Raincoat is fucking trapdoor. Oh my god. I'm losing it. An extra floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform. Why didn't anyone notice it? Normally you'd not notice it. I mean, how can you hide an entire floor? That is where the problem lies. No one noticed something that should have been easily noticeable. In other words, it must be impossible to access the 51st floor through normal means. I see. Maybe there's a secret portal or something. Okay, now's not the time to be thinking with portals. Are you kidding me? Did we just make a portal joke? I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that at all. I'd like you to recall the hatch at the base of the cherry tree. Isn't it normal to assume there's a room on the other side of the maintenance hatch? Gorilla Eggs, where you're going with this? Let's hurry and check it out. There we go. Now, let's see. Looks like there's a lot of stuff down there. Is that what they call a storeroom? There's no doubt about it. This is where Kay fell down. Of course, with this, the mystery is solved. No, not yet. We still have the mystery of the person in the red hood who was walking in midair. Now, let's not get greedy, shall we? We found the storeroom, so let's wrap things up here. I suppose. You have a point. It does seem to warrant an investigation. Well, if it isn't Miles Edgeworth, who the fuck is this? Ah! I was just talking about Emma. Emma, what are you doing here? I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. Since I was already in the area, I thought I might as well check out the crime scene. This girl's name is Emma Skye. She's a high school student studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. She's the youngest sister of my former boss and a witness to one of the trials 2 years ago. Detective Gumshoe told me everything over the phone. He sounded really upset. 18. So this is like right after, this is still right after game 3. Phoenix hasn't lost his badge yet. He's kind of really upset. He said you lost your badge at the Grand Tower and Kay became a mummy. Please calm down. I thought you left for Europe just a few days ago. Don't tell me you've come back already. Yep, and I brought my teacher from abroad too. He needed an interpreter, so I volunteered to help. Your teacher cannot speak English. Why aren't you with him right now? He can still communicate with people. Don't underestimate the importance of body language. That doesn't really count as a language. But enough about that. What happened to Kay? Is she alright? My, what a good friend. Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah. Who are you? Are you Mr. Edgeworth's new assistant? On the contrary, my dear. I'm Ray Shields, head of the Edgeworth Law Offices. Edgeworth Law Offices? Wait, you mean like defense attorneys? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you suddenly become an attorney? They're all attorneys. Prosecutors are still attorneys. Am I wrong? They're all lawyers. They're all, like, prosecutors are, I don't, it's not like that. Now that I think about it, it's a rather complicated working relationship. I'm gonna Google this, hold on. Lawyer versus attorney. What is the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? Attorneys can represent clients in court and other legal proceedings, while lawyers cannot. So all these people are fucking attorneys. I don't. Why'd you become a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, don't just ignore me. I don't approve at all. Well, why don't we continue this conversation down below? That's right. The police could arrive at any second now. Mr. Edgeworth, who's she? I'll explain later. first we have to go down the hatch. It would have made more sense for them to be cops or something. Exactly. They're doing the job of detectives. Okay, I guess I'll be joining the defense team. I'll explain about that too. Well then, let's go into the storeroom. Okay, next part. Beautiful, amazing. Love it. We love to just soar through these parts. My favorite. Oh. Pretty dark down here. Can't see a thing. Watch your footing, Emma. Ouch! I think I hit my head. Okay, be careful not to slip. Take your time coming down. Okay. The light switch should be around here. Around here. What? Oh my god, it's the statue from the first case and the fucking... It's the suitcase? Oh my god. Or from last time. Last game. I guess Ace Cop doesn't really roll off the tongue like Ace Attorney. Yeah, fair. Also, cops are not doing the whole lawyer thing. The hidden... Oh, I thought he said hideous. The hidden 51st floor. Is it being used as a storeroom? When did you investigate it thoroughly? Grand Tower pamphlet updated. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me about the case. Right then, where should I begin? I see. This is certainly a serious situation. Why does she look like she's having so much fun? Looks like you're in a bind for prosecutorial attorney, Edgeworth. I'm not a defense attorney, nor is there such thing as a prosecutorial attorney. There almost certainly is. Looks like a job for science. Don't you worry, I've got everything here in my badge. Are you sure you're up for this, Emma? Of course! So, once again, it's good to be working with you, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'm glad to be working with you as well. You thought I said Ace Cock? No! No! Cop! With a P. Oh my god. Well, now I've said it. Looks like we got ourselves another cute assistant. So what's the plan? Ma'am! Sir! This girl is 18. Leave her alone. That looks pretty suspicious to me. Dude just says cock on the brain? Yeah, he does, Nico. That's a great assessment. Jot that down in the organizer. Cody has cock on the brain. Looks like it goes down. Pretty curious as well, but first we should investigate this room. Okay, if you find out anything, be sure to tell Uncle Ray. If I remember something, I'll let you know. It's going in my notes. Be careful, I'm not itching my piercing. Please do. Emma. Roger, I'm ready to support. Well then, let's begin the investigation. Alright, what's all this shit? That's like Steel Samurai masks. Along with my notes, weakness. He does not like McGriddles. I'll give him this. I don't really either, but I don't like English muffins, so. Do you think it's kind of creepy how much these masks are lined up in such dark places? Emma, are you not good with horror movies? No way. Horror movies are so unscientific. So she's scared of them. Yep, there's the missing one. I'm just gonna immediately deduce. I don't feel like fucking around. McGriddle's in the same McMuffin? Oh, what's the McGriddle then? I probably haven't had one. The Jammin' Ninja mask that Kay had with her. Perhaps it was originally attached to this hook. That sounds plausible, scientifically speaking. In other words, Kay came here? It's quite likely, but for what purpose? Maybe she was gonna steal something from this place. A great thief who steals the truth, huh? No, I don't think we can answer that question at this time. Let me just, Worse? Far worse? Interesting. It's egg meat. Oh, pancakes as buns? No, thank you. Murder case files. What are those doing here? By all rights, they should be kept at the prosecutor's building or the courthouse, but seeing that someone has removed them, something is afoot. We are none the wiser. Why do these have, like, prices? Why is also the murder files less than the master from... What master are these TV shows from? I'm not very familiar with it, but I believe it's called The Students of the Starry School. Each member of the class is a hero of justice. I guess those red and white caps are part of their school uniform. Maybe the number of isolates in the mask corresponds to their class rankings. See, the one on the left is ranked number 1, and the one on the right is number 2, and so on. Oh, I see. So that's how it works. If that's the case, the student with the lowest rank would have a mask full of holes. Guess we have to watch the show to find out. Okay. I already deduced what I need to. I wouldn't have tasted bad if they didn't have syrup in them. Normal pancakes and other hotcakes or sweetened pancakes would have actually been good. Inside the pancakes. I don't like that. Like, I like to dip my sausage in syrup, but, like, I want to choose to do that. These are... What is this? The items displayed on the shelf here, if I recall correctly, they're all evidence from past cases I was involved in. What are they doing here? Oh my god. I guess I would make this place the PIC's evidence storeroom, huh? These items should be kept in the care of the police. Don't they keep evidence at the prosecutor's office? Only for current trials. However, once a verdict has been reached, the evidence is transferred over to the police department and stored in the evidence room. Looks like the evidence has been stored here instead. There's no point in worrying about it. For now, I should try to examine everything. Looks like some of the evidence tags have tags in front of them, and there are numbers written on the tags. Maybe they're the ID numbers of the evidence? No, based on how large these numbers are, the nature of these items, I'd say these are prices. Yeah, what the fuck? Not just huge gobs. It's not like huge gobs of syrup or anything, it's just kind of gross. Like, Japanese people enjoy sweet eggs and stuff, but I'm not a fan. Yeah, I don't really care for sweet eggs. These are ridiculously expensive. Seems more concerned with the high prices than the legality of this whole affair. The evidence on display, I should inspect every nook and cranny. Alright, start on the left. That's strange, only this one spot is empty. But it still has a price tag, like all the others. Indeed. Furthermore, there's a part of this cloth that is not covered in dust. Perhaps something was placed here not so long ago. I see. Seems like it, but what could it have been? The star-shaped mark is the dust. I wonder. Could it be related to a certain piece of evidence? Do I have evidence? Star-shaped? Oh, no, it's... Yep. It's the base of the candelabra. This dust pattern matches up perfectly with the base of the candelabra. It's likely the killer got the candelabra from this very storeroom. Does that mean the candelabra was also a piece of evidence? It's quite possible, however, that is not the issue here. The murder weapon originally came from the storeroom. We must keep that in mind. Okay. Oh, how cute! This stuffed animal's so fluffy! That's from Gourd Lake. Oh, yeah. It should be in the care of the prosecutor assigned to that case right now. Why is it sitting here in a place like this? Huh? This little guy's missing his left horn. His left horn. Pretty sure it was already missing when I first saw it. Then it must be a defective product. I demand a recall. Now that I think about it, giving a broken toy to a country's president does sound strange. stored contains items to be sold, doesn't it? It's unfortunate, but the possibility seems quite high. I suspect some nefarious individual has been selling evidence here. These are all DeBest cases, aren't they not? At least a handful on that. People actually pay money for this stuff? It's fucked up that they're just selling murder. Everyone says black market. Exactly. Apparently, some people do. The price tags are proof. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. This is from the Steel Samurai case last time. But this was... DeBest was not involved in this. This was... your boy. This is also from the Embassy fire, is it not? Yeah, and there's the counterfeit ink, and that's the perfume from the case 12 years ago. What a cute doll. It kind of looks like the Steel Samurai. It's the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was destined to become a hero of justice from the moment of his birth. So much pressure rests on his tiny baby shoulders. And yet, he carries himself with a grace and dignity that belies a toddler of his age. Edgeworth, you nut. Hello, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you even listening to me? Of course I am. Ink and a lamp. Both are evidence I've handled before. Why is all this stuff here linked to you? Many of the items here are objects I've handled just a short while ago. It's probably only a coincidence that they're all collected here. A coincidence? I never thought I'd hear you say that word, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how improbable, if it fits with the facts, we must accept it as the truth. Isn't it the same with science? Aha! We should discuss science in detail someday, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a small bottle. I've seen this piece of evidence before in the past. Huh? Is that all? Yes. What more did you want me to say? I need to make a memo. Note to self. Even the most boring objects sound like works of art when Mr. Edgeworth describes them. Don't read a memo like that out loud. Just threw my phone on the floor. Love that for me. Okay. I don't think I can logic anything right now. No. Okay. That's everything. Scientifically speaking, this must be a wooden ice box. This chain is tied around it to keep the cold from escaping. Probably. No, Emma. Wouldn't this be a costume trunk? It's made from wood that repels bugs in order to protect the clothes inside. I see, of course. That's another possible theory. If your clothes are stored in a cold place, it'd be nice and cool to wear them in the winter, in the summer. I guess she's sticking to her icebox theory. There's a transceiver sitting next to all these trophies. Seems like they were lined up together on purpose. Looks like it's still got batteries in it. Might come in handy later, so I'll pick them up for now. I'll be sure to put it to good use before I turn it into the police. Sounds just like what a certain great thief would say. The statue. Yes, it's some sort of new fact? No. This is evidence from a case that I was previously involved in. Oh, maybe this is still part of the smuggling ring. This is part of the smuggling ring. I believe it was called the Alice Red statue. There was supposed to be two of them, one real and one fake, but no matter which one this is, it's unnatural for it to turn up at a place like this. Mr. Edgeworth, you've really seen a lot of cases. Huh? Oh! Gotcha! Oh god. What is her voice? Yippee-ki-yay! I got me a scoop. My eyes. Stop it.
You ain't getting away from great lightest camera daddy, you see. I reckon y'all must be criminals. I'ma snap 16 shots before y'all can even say cheese.
We're not criminals. We're not criminals.
Really? Y'all ain't fooling my camera of justice with those words.
You are...
Huh? Ain't you that heinous prosecutor from back then?
Who are you calling heinous? This is Lotta Hart. She's a photographer I've dealt with during my past cases. I see her distinctive accent and her chatterbox mouth haven't changed a bit.
Do look at that face. You're obviously up to no good.
Seems she has a bad impression of us.
Now it's time to pay your dues. Stand still while I photograph y'all.
I only came here to investigate.
Lies. You think you can fool me like that?
Mr. Edgeworth, she's not listening at all. Seems harmless. Let's just leave her be for now. I assume I gotta ask her some stuff. Wow, talk about bad taste. I've never seen such a gaudy desk before. Just what kind of person would use something like this? The tabletop is being supported by 4 naked men. The design is quite painful to look at. It certainly is in poor taste. Maybe this is also related to one of your past cases? No, none of the cases I handled involve a person with such bad taste. Or at least I hope not. The case sounds familiar, but there's a huge stack of money piled up here. How unrefined. They're all $100 bills. Talk about big bucks. So how many times your yearly salary do you think this is worth? Leave my salary out of this. What's this? It's the monkey head from the studio. It's like a giant head. If I recall, this is the head of Mrs. Monkey. I believe it was from a case I was involved in the past. It's impressive how they were able to get such a large object into this room. Mrs. Monkey, huh? That doesn't really have a nice ring to it. Maybe you remember the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Impossible. That can't be true. I thought it was Mr. Monkey. Hold on. Talk to Lotta.
So, what y'all folks doing in a suspicious place like this?
I was about to ask you the very same question. Why are you here?
For the people of the world and for myself.
I don't have her voice down.
For the people of the world and myself.
I think that's closer.
I'm a social justice photographer after all. I gotta take photo after photo after photo for my big scoops.
Pretty sure my mother is like 10 seconds away from taking her Yorkies to a dog groomer and dyeing them to look like, I don't know, giraffes or something. Oh no. Oh no. Seems I won't be able to talk to her normally when she's like this. Okay, sure. What you got, Raymond? Oh man, Uncle Ray's heart is pounding up a storm. Surrounded by so many cutie pies in such a small, cramped room. Mr. Shields, try to be more serious. Raymond, I want to love you, but you're a little bit of a creep. It was just a joke. It was not. Uncle Ray's keeping a close watch over little Kay. You can continue your investigation without worry. You watching over Kay is exactly what I'm worried about. Alright. Sending your brother and you dogs die to look at other animals? Oh no. Like foxes or pandas? I feel bad for those dogs. From the price tags attached to the pieces of evidence and that huge stack of cash, it's clear that the buying and selling of evidence was being carried out here. In the hidden 51st floor, evidence is being trafficked. This clearly means something. Seems further investigation is needed about the dealings that went on in this place. If only there was a witness, we could ask them. A witness? Yes, can I help with something? Nope. Did you witness something? So, why did you come here? Okay. Yeah, I get it. 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 Oh. Well, I reckon there ain't no reason to hide it no more. My sources tell me there's some kind of black market auction being held around these parts. What did you say? So then all this evidence here is... Yep.
They're the goods for the auction. There's a lot of dirty money flying around here. I want to try and catch it with my own two eyes. My source gave me a whole bunch of information, but I figured I'd just hearing about it ain't enough. Seeing is believing it after all. So I've been staking out the places. Oh my god! I've been staking out the places behind the statue since yesterday.
Oh my god, what is his voice?
The auction took place late last night and went on till early morning.
Murder on the night of the black market auction. Could the two events be related? Hell yeah, more transliquor your timeline? Hell yes. I do love that headcanon. It's great. That art you sent, that was, I love the scars, the top surgery scars with the like the Zonai pattern. Like, it's so good. It's so good. I love people's art. I just love seeing art in general. It's so good. Idea.
Black market dealings at the Grand Tower. Guess I really hit the mother load this time.
Were all the items in the auction pieces of evidence? Hell yes, Nico. That would look badass as fuck.
There was some normal stuff too, like stolen art and the like.
You should totally do that, Nico. It would look so good. You would look badass. I wouldn't normally consider stolen art. I wouldn't consider stolen art to be normal.
But I reckon the evidence was the star of the show here. These folks are law fanatics trying to get their hands on the latest goods from the police.
So that's what you wanted to get pictures of, Miss Hart?
Pretty much. They were meeting right under this very storeroom, so I watched them from up here.
You said you were here since yesterday. Did you witness the entire event?
It was a black market auction after all. They followed a fairly detailed procedure. First, the participants entered the storeroom from the viewing platform, one at a time.
You would look so good. I was just thinking about that. You look fucking amazing. Anyway.
When they got in, they each took one of those masks on the wall over there. Funny thing about those masks, they're all equipped with voice changers, itty bitty ones. That way they wouldn't be recognized. They wanted to protect their anonymity.
Anonymity. You mean their anonymity?
Yeah, that's it. They were anonymity. Anonymity.
Why not just say identity and make things easier for all of us? I genuinely couldn't say that for a second.
And to put on the mask, they'd go down the lift. The next fellow would come right in. On the way back, it was the exact same thing, but in reverse. They'd come up one by one, return the mask, and head up out of the storeroom.
Oh, that's pretty thorough. Oh my god, the yawning. How many participants were in there?
11 people altogether. Counted each of them as they made their way down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay.
I'll have you know, I wasn't just laid up behind this statue the entire time.
Then, where were you from the beginning?
Beginning? Well, don't you worry yourself about that here.
So she was hiding behind the statue the entire time.
I watched the folks coming in while lurking in the shadows, all secret agent like.
Note to self, secret agents like to lurk in the shadows.
And then they used that lift over there to get down to the auction site. After they all went down, I watched the whole thing from the lift.
Did that lift stay down the entire time?
No, it came back up. But there's a tiny gap in the floor there. There's a bit of space between the floor and the lift platform, you see. So I could see just about everything that was going on down there.
Then, did you see the person who was conducting the auction?
Well, yeah. You betcha I did. What kind of story would this be if I didn't know who the conductor was?
The conductor, huh? Sounds like I need to ask her more details. Do you have any more information about this so-called conductor?
You know, I came here to get me a scoop. What makes y'all think I'll give up my info with y'all willy-nilly?
Basically, what you're saying is you don't know.
Oh, I see. So that's why she won't answer. What can I say? I couldn't even tell how old they were, or if they were a guy or a gal.
Can you tell me what the person was wearing at the time?
They had on a white jacket with a purple flower. They were wearing white gloves. But to know, that don't mean much when I have no earthly clue what they really are, who they really are.
The conductor's identity was hidden, just like the participants.
That's right. They had on the mask and voice changes, like everyone else.
What kind of mask did this person wear?
It was a Zervin mask, I reckon.
Who? Zervin? What in blazes is that supposed to be?
Mr. Etchworth, you don't know about Zervin?
No. He's a sworn enemy of global hero Onya Copen. Zervin, the ruler of time. Seriously, who hasn't heard of him? Most people, I'd imagine. If the conductor wore a mask, I assumed you were not able to see their face.
Not even a teeny-weeny bit, after I came all this way from my big scoop. This whole story's turned out to be nothing but fool's gold.
Okay. Good to know. Her clothes seems familiar. Perhaps I could show her that piece of evidence. It's either this or this.
Let me just say, if you're trying to grab my interest, okay, this is it. You gotta bring me something that actually smells like a scoop.
Okay. Nope, that was a mistake. You said the conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower and white gloves.
That's right. They look spiffy for a criminal mastermind.
Miss Hart, did they look anything like this?
Hey, that's it. That's the conductor. Hold your horses. Are you telling me the conductor's dead?
She's the victim of a case we're investigating. Her name is Jill Crane. Have you heard of her?
Can't say I have. So, she was a lady, huh? What kind of gal dresses like that? She gets her kicks off fooling me to think she's a guy.
I doubt that her intention was to deceive you. Setting that aside, we have established something of major importance. The victim was the conductor of the black market auction.
I see. So the conductor was killed. And that might explain.
Explain what, Miss Hart?
No. It's nothing honest.
Miss Hart, you clearly sounded suspicious just now.
And I'm telling you, I ain't. Can't be.
Sorry, you were trying to say something? Were you trying to say something?
No, I ain't. I ain't said nothing.
Please don't be like that. Just tell us.
How many times do I gotta tell y'all? I'm a journalist. Information is what pays the bills. I can't just go around spouting everything I know. I've already said too much. I ain't got nothing left to say to y'all.
Then, what if I found some fingerprints for you?
What good would that do to me? I don't want none of y'all dusty old fingerprints. Why don't you two follow my example and do some investigating of your own?
I guess you won't tell us anything. Not to worry, Emma. Just leave it to me. I have a certain method of drawing out information from... Oh, no! My opponent's lips are sealed. I'll be the one to unseal them. Let us begin. It's chess time. My favorite. First, let's analyze my opponent's demeanor. She angry.
I ain't telling you nothing, so quit wasting my time.
She seems rather impatient, as if she's trying to cut off the conversation. I must be careful with my time. I won't have long to consider my responses. I'm almost certain that she's hiding something from me. Well, yeah. That's where I'll begin my attack. Now, time for the first move. I want you to tell me everything you know right now.
No way, Jose. I ain't spilling my guts to someone who I have no connection with.
I don't have enough clues. Okay. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Let's just calm down.
I'm always calm. No, leave me alone. Real journalist always keeps it cool.
Speaking of journalists, I have something interesting to tell you. A few days ago, I met another self-proclaimed journalist. She spoke with an accent quite similar to your own.
She spoke like me? Then maybe it was...
Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered.
What are you yapping about? All you doing was wasting my time.
Damn it.
Oh, crap!
Oh no, I did it wrong again! Oh no, wait, it was fine.
We ain't saying that.
Oh no. Shit. I just lost.
Had enough of your time wasting shenanigans. You better skedaddle now.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It only did that. Try again. Stand my ground. I hate this fucking minigame. I hate it. Try again. Oh my god. I clicked it on accident. Rude. Okay, it's gotta be this student one. Nicole Swift. She had a distinct way of speaking, one very much like your own. Furthermore, she said that she had a mentor. Could she have been referring to you? And there we go.
Oh, so you know Nicole? Well, ain't that a fun little coincidence? Where'd y'all meet? Wait, no, stop trying to get me to spill the beans. Phew, that was a close call.
Seems she lets down her guard when she talks about Miss Swift. This could be a useful clue. I want you to tell me everything that you know right now.
No way, Jose. I ain't spilling my guts to someone I have no connection with.
Uh-huh. You say I have no connection with you, Miss Hart.
Ugh.
But don't we have a mutual acquaintance with your apprentice?
Well, I reckon it would be mighty cruel of me to give Nicole's friends the cold shoulder.
Well, why don't you share with us what you know?
Well, when you put it like that, I guess I could let you into my school. No, I ain't falling for your nasty tricks. No siree.
Your school?
No, just forget it. It ain't nothing important.
Such a slip of the tongue. It's hardly becoming of a journalist. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell us what it is.
All right, you got me. I had me a perfect scoop. But I ain't telling you what it was. I'm gonna sell the story to a publisher.
The information she is hiding could be vital to the investigation. I need to make her talk. Next, I'll press her on the contents of her scoop. She may be quick to lose her temper. She's even quicker to lose her tongue. Not difficult opponent. Now I need to extract the information. Does this story pertain to an incident of some kind?
Well, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't.
It's hardly a clear answer.
Why are you always hollering at me? I ain't done nothing wrong. I just snuck in to do some investigative reporting.
I can't tell what I'm supposed to be. You didn't do anything wrong. That's a bold statement, considering you're currently trespassing on private property.
Hey, you're doing it too. Well, I guess the prosecutors got the right to investigate wherever they please.
Probably shouldn't mention anything about the current state of my employment.
There were far worse people in the world, you know. Reckon I'm a saint compared to folks who murder.
Considering what you just mumbled, is it possible your scoop has something to do with a murder incident?
Hey, I was only talking in general terms just now. I mean, anyone look like a bag of roses compared to a murderer, right?
Sounds like you're just making excuses to me.
All I did was gather info in the black market auction. Murder incident? I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen or heard nothing.
Oh, kill me. Does this scoop of yours have something to do with the black market auction?
What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about that.
Weren't you just in the middle of infiltrating the black market auction? The only logical conclusion is that your story has something to do with it.
You ain't getting any answers from me. I didn't hear nothing.
You didn't hear? What exactly? Did you hear something during the auction?
No, I just hear a weird sound, that's all. It ain't even worth mentioning in my article. Just forget about it.
There's no question. Something happened during the black market auction. Sure, heard a strange sound. This could be useful. Oh my god. Okay. The fact that I have to go through two of these. Use that clue. Didn't you say you heard something strange during the auction? If it stuck out to you so much, it must not have been a sound that you would normally hear. For example, the screams of a murder victim.
How'd you keep figuring everything out so quick? That's right. I stumbled upon a murder in the middle of my stakeout. But please don't make me say anymore. This is the biggest scoop I've had in a while.
The murder she overheard. It's most likely the same incident we're currently investigating. This is bound to be crucial information. I'll finish this by confirming the credibility of her information. She's nowhere left to run. It's time to deal with the final blow. Tell me what you know about the murder incident, in full detail.
Well, my memory ain't what it used to be. Not much I can talk about. Ain't the most attentive gal in the world, you see. Ugh.
Did you really stumble upon a murder?
Y'all calling me a liar? Them's fighting words. I'm a bona fide journalist, bona fide. I would never publish lies in my articles. Faster and more accurate than anyone. That's my motto.
Her motto, huh? This could be a useful clue. Tell me what you know about the murder incident. Okay. I hardly expect a bona fide journalist to be so inattentive. Didn't you just say your motto is to be faster and more accurate than anyone?
Well, that's...
As I expected, the credibility of your information is suspect.
But I know what I heard. I even got proof.
You have proof? How is that possible? Explain yourself at once.
I got me some evidence. Wait, you heard that? Well, I was just talking to myself. Y'all got just go on and pay no mind.
Seems she's still hiding something. This is an important clue. I need to use it effectively. Tell me the truth. I know you're still hiding something from me.
I ain't hiding nothing from nobody. I already done told you everything I know.
Isn't there something you haven't told me yet? You have evidence regarding the incident you witnessed. Something definite enough to publish in an article.
What in tarnation? Let me off the hook already. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I'll even show you the photo I took if you stop harassing me. That good enough for you?
Checkmate. Okay, cool. I hate this mechanic. Like, it's interesting, but I just suck at it.
I lost. I really lost. The mouth of the South has been defeated.
Now, then it's time to come clean. Tell me everything you know.
I was watching the auction, gathering info for my story.
You didn't just watch, though. You got shocking photos, too, right?
A little while after the auction started, someone won a bid, and the conductor banged the gavel. Someone hollered, "We'll finish the deal upstairs," or something like that. That ain't good, I thought to myself as I hurried back to hide behind the statue.
Did you see whoever came up?
Not quite, but I reckon the feller that came up was the winner of the bid. I could smell the buttery aroma of big fat wads of cash.
Buttery aroma? I can't imagine that at all.
I reckon this room was where the bidders ponied up the dough for their purchases. The two of them talked for a while.
Wait, there was a second person in the storeroom?
You betcha. I reckon it was the conductor. And then, out of nowhere, one of them started screaming. Almost scared my britches off. I rolled myself up into a ball and kept laying low.
So you witnessed the murder?
Well, I wouldn't say that I witnessed it, but I definitely heard it, though.
Didn't you try to stop them?
I just stopped right there. Just stop right there. That ain't even funny. What's a dainty little thing like me gonna do?
Dainty? Edgeworth.
After that, I heard some rustling and bustling. The whole time I was really regretting coming here something fierce.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
but nothing gets in the way of Lotta Hart and her photos. This is my big scoop, and ain't no way I was gonna let it slip by. A bit later, I heard this loud thud. I figured it was my last chance to snap a photo from behind the statue.
Well then, would you please show us the photo?
Oh, why do I have to?
This is the person in the red raincoat who attacked Kay. The person in the red raincoat assaulted the victim in the storeroom and then attacked Kay on the roof. Interesting. There's only one person in this photo. Where is the victim?
Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I could have sworn there were two of them, but when I looked, there was only one. But it's gotta be the killer, don't you reckon?
So she's saying the victim disappeared. Okay. You're able to tell this person was the culprit just by looking?
Their hands were stained bright red, so I figured it was them.
What happened to the auction after the murder?
Nothing really. It just went on like normal. I guess those rich folks didn't give a hoot. They got some nerve.
The nerve of a journalist is nothing to scoff at either.
Interesting.
Can I show her that picture? Person who pushed me! I'm sure it was this person. Yet you don't remember their face. But that red raincoat. I'm sure of it, I think. Probably. Please be more clear. I'd like a straight answer. Mr. Edgeworth, when you look at me like that, I begin to lose my confidence. My expression is not relevant. Was it this person or not? That red raincoat. It has to be the one. If that is true, it would be impossible for Kay to be the culprit. I'll need to gather more evidence. Okay. Well, I was hoping that was going to give me more. Oh man, Uncle Ray's heart is... Okay. What other evidence is in this room? I don't even know. Thought I looked at everything. I already checked this area earlier, but never... Okay. This mannequin. I've got it! According to my scientific reasoning, this is something you encountered in one of your past cases, right? No, it's not. This is the first time I've seen this mannequin. It seems completely unrelated to the other okay. There's no price tag in front of this mannequin. I don't know what else I need to investigate. Look at him. Lurking back there. Do I have to logic something together? That actually might be it. I mean, these don't feel connected, but I'll try it. No. My god. Try to open a text and not the frickin' Twitch notification. What are my thoughts on the little guy? What little guy? Which little guy? If we assume that the murder took place in the storeroom, we must conclude that the body was here as well. Blue Badger, I hate that man. I hate him. That little guy, burn him. I hate him. Got PTSD from that fucking video module, the DLC case. The body was here as well. I hate him. Isn't that pretty obvious? Do you remember how the participants left the auction? Of course, they passed through this storeroom on the way back to the auction. Exactly. The culprit had to hide the body so the participants wouldn't discover it. It's in that ice chest, I assume. Where was the body hidden? Emma, would you mind lending me a hand? Leave it to me. What do you want me to do? Let's see. Use your luminol reagent to test for a blood reaction. If you would, please. Okay, let me show you the power of science. The glint in her eyes is getting brighter by the second. I hate him 10 out of 10. He's creepy. Especially the proto badger. Ugh. Examining the ladder. Based on Miss Hart's picture, the person in the red raincoat headed toward that ladder. Chances are something will turn up if we check there. Do that, you'll be able to spray the luminol reagent on it. If there's blood stain on the spot, you'll get a reaction. Even so, no matter how many times I see the blood stains, they're always so gruesome. There's a blood reaction here, but it's kind of faint. Let's spray it with luminol 2 or 3 more times, so it'll be nice and clear. Okay, he's just doing that for me. I can see it clearly now. Ugh, it looks even more gruesome than before. You understand how to look for bloodstains now? Probably a few more bloodstains here, so why don't you give it a try? Happily. Let's search the rest of the storeroom for bloodstains, just like that. First, let's look for a place to spray the luminol reagent. Here. Want to examine this spot? Play on every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a bloodstain here too. However, why is there a bloodstain in a place like this? Maybe something that had blood on it was stored inside. Mr. Etchworth, there are places we still haven't checked yet. So let's continue our investigation. Oh. I can't even logic things yet. The money. Let's check the money, I guess. Fortunately, they're okay. Oh, how about here where the Hoojum What's It was? Okay. Just kidding. Okay. Oh my god. I assume the elevator. There we go. Oh, there we go. Mr. Etchworth, there's a reaction. It's a blood stain. But why in a place like this? Perhaps this is where the murder took place. Looks like some of the blood dripped down to the floor below. Okay. Can I logic together the other ones? Look, we found all the blood stains in the storeroom. Seems we've investigated the storeroom sufficiently. Cool. Now I can just logic these two boys together. I thought that said costume twink for a moment. I'm losing my mind. Holy crap. The reason we found a bloodstain in the costume trunk is because the murderer hid the body in that box. I wonder who won the bid for it. The trunk, I mean. That I don't know. In a certain way, everything worked out exactly as someone wanted.
Hold it, hold it. It couldn't have been in that dressing box.
What do you mean?
When I first came down here, that box caught my eye too. It was just the right size, would have made a perfect hiding place. That's what I thought anyway.
But I couldn't get in the dang thing to couldn't get the dang thing to open. It'd been wrapped up real tight with a locked chain. The murder happened after that, so hiding a body in there would have been impossible, you know? A chain wrapped around it? That's a bit strange. Right now, it doesn't seem to be locked up at all. Ugh. Huh? That's weird. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me or something. Oh my god, I keep knocking my phone off, and this fucking blanket. I put the blanket on the back of the chair and it fell off. And my sweatshirt fell off. I'm just uncomfortable. Okay. Is that it? Did we figure it out? Twitter. You bitch. Oh, I saw that tweet, Nico. That anime has me in a death grip, and it will never let me go. Ugh, Yuri on Ice. 10 out of 10 anime. God, we're never gonna get this movie. And with that, I believe we've examined everything there is to examine here. Well then, let's head down. Oh, we decided on our next destination. Hey, Kay. Yes, Mr. Shields? We wouldn't want you to get lost, so make sure you stay real close to Uncle Ray, Kay. Right, I'll follow you closely, Mr. Shields. These two. Since when did they get along like that? Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Anyway. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're right in the middle of the fucking meeting room. What? Mr. Redgeworth. This place is this the auction hall? No, it's the meeting room from before. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. How nice of you to drop in, Kay Faraday. You've got some guts. Hey, you guys, arrest her, arrest her. Wait, Kay is... As for the rest of the riffraff, just show them out the door. This is tyranny. Yes, tyranny, pal. Miles, this is kind of bad. The light of justice shines above me. Why me too? Oh, that's strange. I was aiming for that weak ex-prosecutor. You were clearly aiming at me. Maybe something got in my way, particularly. Right around there. Francisca. Just what do you think you're doing here, ex-prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? I do not believe that Kay is the culprit behind this incident. You are just an ordinary man without investigation rights. What you say does not matter. I'm Francisca von Karma. I will never stop moving forward. However, you chose to quit. The outcome of our battle has already been decided. I cast away my badge because it became a millstone around my neck. I shall continue moving forward, even without it. The path I walk will surely lead to the truth. My actions are driven by that belief, and that is something I will never change. So, you're saying you found a path to the truth? Then show it to me. But if that path proves to be a foolish one, it will not survive my whip. Hi, Francisca. I love you. The victim used your keycard. I entered this room with the culprit. Then, the culprit stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra, killing her. Shouldn't the letter make it obvious who the culprit is? Of course. The crime scene was right here in this room. The PIC meeting room. The proof is in the bloodstain we found here in the meeting room. That settles it, Miles Edgeworth. Not quite, Francisca von Karma. Oh, I totally missed whoever that was. Sorry. I see, she's a fiery one, isn't she? I don't mind a feisty cutie. How about an introduction? How repulsive. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? If you truly have no intention of stopping here, prove it to me with evidence. Very well, I'll show you, Francisca. The evidence that paves my path. Okay. I think it's the last statement with the bloodstained stuff. Let her make it obvious who the culprit is. All my shit's falling on the ground. Nope. Now do I present the costume trunk or this? Probably this, because this is probably the crime scene. If memory serves me correctly, the blood in the meeting room was found in front of the statue of Lady Justice, was it not? To murder someone before Lady Justice, this culprit knows no fear. I wonder about that. Have a look at this piece of evidence. Blood was found in the storeroom right above the meeting room. As you can see, there are signs that it has dripped down onto the floor below, right under the hidden lift. Statue of Lady Justice. Then you understand that the murder did not take place here. The killer murdered the victim in the storeroom and then moved the body to his room. To this room. What Lady Justice witnessed was a coward trying to conceal their crime, not the moment of the murder. She's smiling. Pardon me, I remembered a conversation quite similar to this one. As I expected, Miles Edgeworth, such naivete couldn't possibly be an act. Just how is Mr. Edgeworth naive? Excuse me, have you forgotten? Or are you just playing the foolish fool? The amount of blood in the meeting room is clearly greater than in the storeroom. Please don't hit me with that and then just ignore me. Such a large amount of blood couldn't have simply dribbled from the floor above, dripped. Even if it had, there should have been much more blood left behind in the storeroom. The murder could not have occurred anywhere other than this meeting room. You are as predictable as always, Francisca. What? The difference in the amount of blood is just as you say. The question is, why does such a difference exist? That issue is trivial. I've already explained it with my perfect logic. In that case, how do you explain the blood that was found in the storeroom? I don't suppose you're going to tell me that it somehow sprayed all the way up there. Like a water fountain? No way! Exactly. It's impossible. In other words, the reason for the difference in the amount of blood is... The weapon was pulled out here. She was stabbed here. She was stabbed... Oh, the weapon was pulled out here. It would have staunched the bleeding. The victim died of a stab wound. Naturally, there would be a significant amount of blood loss. That's obvious just from looking at the blood stain. But that's so weird. She was attacked in the storeroom, but there was less blood found there than here. Silence, you third-rate prosecutor. But I'm the best. Do you know when you lose the most amount of blood getting stabbed with a sharp object? Oh, I know. It's when the sharp object is pulled out, right? Precisely. After being stabbed with the candelabra, the body was moved to the meeting room. And then the murder weapon was pulled out right here in this very room. That would account for the difference in the amount of blood that was left behind. But why would the culprit go through all that trouble? Most likely it gave the impression that the murder occurred in the meeting room. I see this crazy. The key card was used last night. But based on the time of use, let's not employ the culprit to mislead us. Hold on. Okay, it does say from Jill. In all likelihood, it was the culprit who used the key card to enter the meeting room. Why would the culprit have needed to do that? Perhaps they feared that the storeroom would be found out during the investigation. If they were involved in the auction, they would not have wanted to become public. I'm so antsy right now. I can't decide if I'm too warm or too cold. The auction, you say? Perhaps you should go upstairs and see for yourself what items are on display. I'm sure that will allow you to understand what occurred here. Impressive, Miles Edgeworth. You're willing to go that far to protect her. There's something big lurking behind the scenes of this case. Kay simply got caught up in it. You're exaggerating. Am I now? More than anyone, I would think you'd understand the significance behind all this. Why would you, a prosecutor working with Interpol, be involved in a domestic case? Wasn't your objective to crush a certain international smuggling ring? If your search for smuggled goods has led you here, then isn't this feeling I have related to the case? I'm relieved. You haven't lost your touch, even though you've turned in your badge. I've heard about your situation from Scruffy over there. Sorry, sir. I just wanted to help out somehow. A wise decision, Detective. Francisca, are you the one in charge of this case? Isn't Interpol pursuing the black market auction? And what if I am? That's not something you need to know. So, you knew about all this from the very beginning. You knew the black market auction was being held right here.
Hey, mind if I butt in? About that gal who turned up dead.
You!
Hey, I ain't done talking yet. I ain't changed it. You ain't changed a lick.
This case doesn't need even a fragment of your faulty testimony.
What are you saying? I'm a bona fide journal. Ow!
Back then, you gave false testimony. Miss Von Karma seems to really dislike Lada. Can't say she's fond of her.
Ain't that crane girl one of them PIC members? She's a spitting image of the conductor. I reckon she's... Ouch, she hit me again.
What is the meaning of this? Answer me, Miles Edgeworth. From Miss Hart's testimony, we obtained a description of what the conductor was wearing, and it matches what the victim, Jill Crane, was wearing. You mean to say that the one who was murdered was the conductor?
Miss Von Karma, maybe you should calm.
It would seem that a new fact has been brought to light. Indeed, I came here in pursuit of the black market auction, in order to arrest the organizer of the event. In other words, the conductor. If we believe Miss Hart's testimony, then the conductor is already dead. Wouldn't this mean that your investigation has ended in vain? That's right. However, I swear on my name that I will not return empty-handed. I challenge you, Miles Edgeworth. A challenge is fine, but why is she readying her whip like that? Like she's out for a victim of her own. I will concede your argument. The murder occurred in the storeroom, correct? That would mean the culprit is someone who participated in the auction. If that photographer is correct, the victim was the conductor, and the culprit was a customer. The culprit waited for the victim in the storeroom, where the goods were delivered. Then, they stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra in the storeroom. That is all. I trust you have no objections. Unfortunately, that is not the case, because there's a hole in your testimony. As expected, Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't notice anything at all. Well then, please settle this with one blow. It's the, he lied in wait and then jumped him, or whatever she said. That's the thing. Watch as I crush her logic. Whatever statement that was, third one or fourth or fifth or whatever. No. No. Newest level of insanity. This fucking cat has driven me to. I had to tape a bed sheet in front of your closet to keep it from going in there. What the hell? Meese, what are you doing? This one. I didn't mean to click that, but that's fine. Miss Hart was the culprit at the time. Could the culprit really have been waiting there? I don't know where she was hiding, but since you've seen it, you must know as well. There are numerous hiding places in that storeroom. So the culprit was hiding while they waited for the victim to arrive. I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended. After all, the victim was the organizer of the auction, the conductor. During the auction, the organizer would have to be in front of the customers the entire time. After the auction ended, please add that statement to your testimony. Okay. This is wrong because Lotta said it kept going. It continued even after she was murdered. Speaking of cats, yes, tell me about cats. 2019. As I thought, you're one step behind. What did you say? The victim was not the conductor, and I have proof. Miss Hart's testimony. That photographer's testimony is not trustworthy.
What are y'all saying? I'm a bona fide journal. Ow!
Cease your idle chatter. Francisco, calm down and listen. Miss Hart witnessed a part of the murder. The main point here is that after witnessing the murder, she says the auction continued.
That's right, sure as can be. They all just kept going on shamelessly.
Do you think the auction could have continued without someone conducting it? If the victim was not the conductor, the person killed must have been a customer. Interesting. As I said from the beginning, Kay is not the culprit. After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness. Did the... okay. But then how... I was about to say, like, did they put her in the clothing, like in the conductor's outfit, after they murdered her? But the stab wounds are in the right place, so that can't be. She said, well, do they know how oh, my neighbors made a vague threat to report me to the landlord, and I said they already know I have her, and he said, well, they know how loud she is, to which I couldn't really argue any further because she's taken actually yowling while I'm trying to sleep. Oh, no. That sucks. I'm so sorry, Nico. I don't know how to help with that. I don't know why they do it. She's fixed, isn't she? So she's not, like, in heat or anything, right? After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness. She's fixed. So why the fuck would she be doing that? That's so annoying. I'm so sorry, Nico. In which case, that would also make her a victim. The auction continued after the incident occurred. Yes, the victim was not the conductor, but a customer. I think she was... I thought it was the mice, but I think she's getting bored at night now. Does she have... I don't... You play with her during the day, so you're not sure why she's doing it. I don't know. I don't know. That's enough. That voice. Oh god, is it the old man? Is it the dad? No, it's her. The one that pains me, though, is that maybe she's lonely. I don't know. Like, I don't know if getting another cat would help with that. Are you even allowed to have 2 cats? Cats don't usually do well alone without another cat. Sometimes it very much depends on the cat, but a lot of them do like to have another. Like, my cat growing up was always fine. She was very solitary, but like a lot of cats do like to have a companion. I don't know. Ugh, that's really annoying. I'm sorry, Nico. Order in the courts. The chairman will now enter. Okay, it is him. My. No need to be so stiff. Just her as a handful sometimes. I have heard 2 cats is like half the work of 1 because they entertain each other and tire each other out. Actually, feel free to call me Blaze. Blazy. No, thank you. Well then, Blazy, what brings you here? Huh? Well, I just wanted to see if my idiot son was working hard is all. I can't believe. Is this kind of father-son relationship really healthy? Like, I can't believe what's happening here. The same question, Miles. I came to light a fire under you, but it seems I found an unexpected bonus. To think that the criminal who has become the talk of the town would be here of all places. Everyone, restrain the suspect at once. Please wait. Kay Faraday is not the cult. Silence! Jesus. This is quite troubling, Edgeworth. Didn't I tell you earlier? The PIC desires a swift resolution to this case. If it's not, we could lose our trust with the public. They'd call us the waste of time committee, which you are. You know, it's troubling for me as well, that sort of thing, and at my age too. And on top of that, an illegal investigation is not something I can overlook. Have you forgotten? You are no longer a prosecutor. You have lost all your authority. Furthermore, you have aided a criminal in evading the law. Yes, that's right. You're so reliable, Courtney. Edward says, I may be fatherless, but I know a toxic parent-child relationship when I see it. True. He grew up in one after his dad died. I'm aware of the consequences of my actions. You may punish me as you wish. However, we have found a new suspect. It's the person pictured here. Kay Faraday was attacked by this person, and there was no need for your explanation. Just recently, a red raincoat was discovered in the vicinity of this building. The victim's blood and cherry blossom petals were found on the hood. Cherry blossom petals? Now that you mention it, the viewing platform. Yes, they probably stuck on due to the blood. They were listed around the blood stain. We've received the forensic report on the blood, you know. There's no doubt about it. The person in that photo is the victim, Jill Crane. What did you say? Red raincoat dotted down the organizer. Impossible. That would completely destroy the foundations of our logic. We had to believe the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. And now it turns out the person is actually the murder victim. Wait, if that's the case, then the prime suspect would be Miss Faraday. You met a person in a red raincoat on the rooftop, did you not? Yes, I did, but the person in the red raincoat was the murder victim. And Kay Faraday came into contact with that person. Since one of the parties is now dead, what happened next should be clear. No, it's not. How did Kay stab her, right? She gets pushed off the roof, and then what? Like, also, she was stabbed, like, the murder scene is that elevator, but she was pushed off the roof. I mean, she was pushed off the roof into this room. What next should be clear. Kay was attacked by that person. As the victim, it would be impossible for her to be the culprit. There's no evidence she was attacked, is there? Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that the victim fought back. It's far too early to come to that conclusion. Kay is not the criminal. You're wrong. Kay? That's wrong. Even though I don't want to believe it myself. After hearing about the raincoat, I finally remembered. I only remember a little bit. From what I saw that night, the culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. No, it wasn't. That can't be right. Then why? Why do I have that memory? That person collapsed before my eyes, engulfed in a pool of blood. Why didn't I do anything? It must have been because I killed her. No. It's clear to me the validity of Kay Faraday's memory. Didn't you doubt it till just now, pal? Yeah, when it fits your narrative perfectly, then you accept it. But before, can't be trusted. Congratulations, Miss Faraday. Your courage will surely allow you to be forgiven. Now, let us rejoice in the blessings of the Goddess of Law. Allow me to give my opinion as an international prosecutor. Her actions as a criminal are... Hurry. Arrest Kay Faraday at once. How dare you behave that way before me? You're being too forceful. Further verification is necessary. I'd even go so far to say this is unlawful. Unfortunately, the law does not side with you. It sides with me, you see. But you know, the beautiful bond between you two has been etched deeply into my heart. That reminds me, we seem to have forgotten one additional suspect. Edgeworth, that's you. Uh-huh, yeah, sure. It's you. You're the fucking murderer. This is your red coat. What's that, pal? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't done anything wrong. I beg to differ. That's right. You see, he's no longer a prosecutor, sadly enough. Your actions have gone too far this time. An illegal investigation and assisting in the escape of a criminal. I cannot even think of you as a former prosecutor. Now humbly accept your punishment. Oh yes, that's right. I believe the plan for today was to hold your hearing before the PIC. Why don't we leave the hearing for tomorrow, even though the result is already crystal clear? You should think long and hard about what you've done. Very long and hard. Court is now adjourned. Oh my gosh. What? Hold on. Oof. What? Oh no. Ugh, that's awful. Oof. I have to watch the video later. Is Hodgkin's the most curable? Oh, that's good. No, it's okay, Nico. Ugh. I have to watch that video later and I'll probably cry. I'm glad to hear that at least. I love Hank Green. I don't really watch Vlog Brothers much anymore, but oh god, we're in the fucking detention cell. This is the second time I've been in this cell. Is there still a hole in the floor? All my evidence has been taken from me. The only thing I have left is Casey Yatagarasu badge. It's true. Just have her badge. Worried about Kay. Is she alright? The culprit is me. I didn't realize it was Kay saying that. I remember looking down. Yeah, I know. We just saw this. Okay, you definitely didn't see what you think you saw. Mm-hmm. We have a visitor. Please hurry out. A visitor? Who could it be? Gumshoe, probably? So, yeah, someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No. It'll be hard to face him, though. Oh god, he's on that side of the glass again! Wait there. He's not going to stay and keep watch. Pardon me. Excuse me? Judge Courtney? Hush. Please, have a seat. It's not Gumshoe. Why are you here? I was told the detective would come. If I didn't instruct them to tell you that, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. Can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. Let's try to figure out what she wants. What the fuck do you want, woman? Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with. It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom. But of course, your friends have fared a little better, though. That lawyer and girl were both quite worked up. Mr. Shields and Emma. When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful. What? You don't mean... Be grateful. The goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment. It certainly seems like we have plenty of time for small talk. Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right? I guess she saw right through me. What do you want? Let's cut to the chase. Exactly what are you planning? I am not planning anything. That is merely a question I wish to ask. You're asking me? Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual, and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable. Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short. I am being completely sincere, and that is why I cannot understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There's no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child couldn't understand that, and yet you... Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. A certain man? The way he phrased that! I love them so much. A certain man. Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. Ever since I found love, I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe and all the other investigators, and Kay as well, and Phoenix Wright. Just say his name! Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed. I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little more. Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you, who forces her own sense of justice onto others, could never understand. I wonder about that. Is that what you think? If I could say one thing, it would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Too bad the goddess of law is homophobic! Carly! Oh my god. I'm gonna pass away. Our conversation is coming to an end. However, I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate. If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger? The holy words of the goddess of law simply cannot be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later. Fuck you. I hate you. How is this not the finale case? This is not the last case. There's another one after this. How? I hate this woman. Like, legitimately. I don't think I don't, like... I haven't hated many other villains in this game as much as I've hated her. It's a tiny menu. Seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal. For a limited time, get extra gruel at no additional cost. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he would probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. I may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar's slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here on, I need to focus myself more than ever. Okay, Edgeworth. There's a poster hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily menu. The Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. Oh, Jesus. We sincerely apologize to anyone who's looking forward to it. There's no need to apologize for canceling such a silly game. Another visitor? Kay! Seems you're alright. I'm relieved. For now. You know, this is kind of touching. Okay. You're a murderer. You look a little down, Kay. Please, cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it. Please just accept it. I'm a murderer. That's not true. Why won't you believe it yourself? What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing to believe in? That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well. Thank you. But it's no use. Look at the misfortune I've brought upon you. Can you please, if you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday. Yeah, exactly, Nico. Kay! I don't want to talk to you. You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was a gallant. Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks? Justice, huh? I wonder. This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now. Well, then I must take my leave. Hold it. Oh, no! Edgeworth has a husband and 2 kids. A family man. Exactly. No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. God. Hey, I'm a busy man, you know. I'm kind of a big deal, you see. I trust this won't take up too much of my time. In order to make it out of this situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask. My time is limited. First, I'll ask about why he rushed into the arrest. No intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Why did you rush her arrest? I would like a clear explanation. Explanation? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures. Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen? What will happen? I will be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand. Just take my advice and stay out of this if you know it's good for you. I refuse. Kay is innocent. You know, this is so pitiful. It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well. Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality? You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it. He skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubts about Kay's arrest. Next, I shall ask him if the investigation was sufficient. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. That's the only way to break through this situation. How much time was spent on the investigation? You know, I wonder about that. I don't really remember, you see. There's no way I can accept such a careless answer. Like I said, I don't remember. My memory's not as sharp as it used to be, you see. Sometimes I even forget my own son's name. I don't care about your idiot son. I want your answer regarding the investigation. Yes, he really is an idiot, even though I don't remember raising him like that. Uh-huh. There's no end to this. He just keeps on dodging the question. Let's try another line of attack to make him take me seriously. It's not hard to say the investigation was sufficient. Or it's hard to say. The arrest, was it under your authority? My, do I really look that important? The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee Chairman? It's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it. That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked I could cry. I'm sorry. Flattery was never my forte. If you keep talking like that towards me, you'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know? Huh? So you've grown silent. Does this mean I can go now? Oh, fuck off. Well, at least it doesn't take out half of my bar every time. Yeah. Let me make this clear right now. I don't live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand? Young, so young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now, it's far too naive, you see. The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance. Huh? Okay. Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was the investigation sufficient? Young folks always live life in the fast lane. That's why I like to bully them. You'll regret this soon enough. Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered. Yeah, that was a wrong move. As soon as I clicked it, I knew it was wrong. So I can't understand the high spirits all you young folks seem to have. Yeah, I get it. Gonna wait. You sure? Oh, really? What the fuck? Oh, ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. Okay, on how to extract information from a weepy old man. You should show some remorse, you know. Don't you get it? I hold your fate in my hands. Haven't you realized it yet? Oh, fuck off. I hate this fucking mode. In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already. I refuse. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. That girl's guilt has already been decided. Decided? That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning. What are you trying to say? Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the start? Yeah, this is the best dad, and he keeps calling him his idiot son in front of him, in front of people. I think this man did the murdering. Nico posited it, and I agree. That's an interesting theory. Kay lost her memories because she fell, we thought, off the roof, but we think just like onto another floor. She's got amnesia, and now she's being pinned. This murder is being pinned on her. But I don't have time to indulge your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation? He's trying to get away. Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Oh no, is this gonna have the same, like, still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path to the truth. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Kay's not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone could shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see. Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. It's no use, I don't have enough information. My chance will come sooner or later. And when it does, I mustn't let it slip by. Please wait, there's still something I want to ask you. I've grown weary of our little tete-a-tete. Please keep it short, okay? If I put together what you have told me up until now, I cannot help but say that there is no basis for Kay's arrest. Yes, I understand, you see. But, you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest. How irresponsible. Do you still claim to be a man of the law? My, those are some harsh words, you know. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry. You see, to be honest, I really can't answer all your questions, you know? That's just the position I'm in, you see. I'm a busy man, you know. Aren't you just pretending to be busy? That's cruel, you know. This old chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what do you think that would accomplish? Fuck me! Oh my god, I fucked up again. Clicking too fast. I just want to get through it. This one. Okay, this is the one I skip. Haven't you real? Oh my god, I did it wrong again. I hate this fucking mode. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place? Okay, there we go. How sad. Yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me? Why'd his own son call him Blaze? Because he's an idiot. I think that's mostly it. Because he said, call me Blazy. And so his son was like, sure, Blazy. And his son's a fucking dumbass. I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest. My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, and the corsage all were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention, she's even confessed. All this serves to prove her crime. That's... Any objections? I don't know. No, I'm gonna cry! I hate this. I hate this so much. is the worst. I'm gonna lose. Clear no basis. Ugh, please. See, you have no response. That's true, I have no objections. Although there is one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat, that intrigues me. This could be a useful clue. Still more I want to ask you. Who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know? Should use that clue. Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all of the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? I see. You're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. Because he's a real idiot. I'm not interested in your son. Who made the decision for the arrest? You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest. Person right in front of me. I'm certain of it. Oh my god. Thank God. I'm so close to failing. Ouch. You made it sound like I committed some kind of injustice. 'Cause you did! Guess I'll have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see. Very well, I'll continue to play along with you until you're satisfied. What is most crucial here is how much this man knows about this case. If I can get him to reveal that. Oh my god, it takes so long. The shame. It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. You seem to pretty familiar with the case. I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see. I don't think it's very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case. I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know. Don't you forget about that. This would have already been over if you would simply answer my questions. You can give me a proper answer. I won't take any more of your time. I will ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case? I read the case files, you see. Honestly, it was quite a drag, you know, but it's my job, so what could I do? Because of my position, you see, I can't just skip out on it. Ow. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see. You just said you were busy. That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy? His voice is like killing my throat. Aren't your faults slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your position, I would advise you to rescind the arrest order. You really are desperate, you know. That never say die attitude. It touches my heart. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see. You found her unconscious? Excuse me? This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom. That's right. The source of that information is classified, though. This man knows things even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue. The suspect regarding Kay. How much do you know about her? She's the suspect in this case. That's all I know, you see. Scout's honor. If DeBest Jr. did that and DeBest Sr. is trying to protect his idiot son, I don't think DeBest Jr. is smart enough to pull this off, is the thing. That's the thing. DeBest Jr. is a fucking idiot. I think this man is just an asshole. I don't know. Trying to cover shit up so he doesn't lose his position. Also, he's probably running the smuggling ring. His jacket is probably the raincoat. And she's mixing up a raincoat with the previous case with the raincoat. Something you've said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know? You're making that forceful face again. You know, it kind of makes me want to do the same, like this. You really are a persistent one, you know, but I can admire that, you see. I'll take that as a compliment. Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know. There's no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence to show she committed the crime. What? I'm sorry, what? She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will. You planted shit on her? I see. You really do have a fine eye for the details, as expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening, so go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back. I have finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now, all that remains is to strike the final blow. Kay is not the culprit. Kay is not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections to the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. I shall break through this with that clue. Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That is my answer. Finally. I really had hoped it would burn his whole beard off and we get to see his whole stupid ass face. Yes, you're a clever one. It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away. It wasn't taken away. I gave it up on purpose. I said, fuck you, and handed it in. Yes, it's as you say. Checkmate. You arrested Kay even when you knew the existence of the true culprit? Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act could be tolerated. You sure are green, you know. That's what a prosecutor's supposed to do. I'm sorry, what? Be corrupt? Will all work out fine if we make her guilty. Who would desire such a resolution? But I had to say, maybe the PIC. Also, maybe me, you know? When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know? It was just so splendid, you see. It burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know. So I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth is important, but you know, once you know the real value of the truth holds, I wonder if you can say the same thing. What are you trying to say? When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths anytime you want. Kay Faraday is the culprit. That was a truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. Good, very good. That face, that expression. You were such a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know. You see, even if you know the truth, there's simply nothing you can do. That's the real value of truth. So shocking that it's to die for, you know. Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know? Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor. You. Oh, scary, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves. Blaze, you. And like this, you see, one more person will disappear before me. Here comes the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know. What a jackass. Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence. I will definitely prove it. To be continued? Damn it. Still another part after this. Oh god, there's still another part after this. Ten members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience and the goddess of law. A clear conscience? Don't make me laugh. Courtney, please give us your report. On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by two of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze DeBest. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged. Tell us more about the murder incident. On April 5th, the victim's body was found here in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details, I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you. The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian DeBest, will explain the rest of the details. The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yup. The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not? When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduce that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor. You weren't the one who made that deduction. I was about to say, I don't think he came up with that. Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit. You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience. I believe you mean her guilty conscience. Is this me, Sweez? Hello, me, Sweez. You're sending messages. Either that or it's math that I will never ever be able to do. Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. So Crane was wearing a red raincoat. Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat. It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building. He did? I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it. To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's order to discover it. I thought as much. According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her. Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them. I have no objections. I see. It seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay. I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit. I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just. Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all? How old is this little fuck? I feel like I looked it up before. 17. Fuck this kid. Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kind of like you. Yeah, sure you do. If, and that is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on the side of the bench tomorrow. No. I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections? Don't take me for a fool. I'd advise you to watch what you say. This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about a chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case. A testimony from us, eh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation. Sir, but that's... It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory. If you insist, Mr. Chairman. Did we get all our shit back? We did. All of our shit back. Hi, Mies Wees. Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony? I have no objections. Mr. Edgeworth. Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there. Summary of the case. Miss Crane went to the black market as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. That was how she met her end, and that concludes a summary of the case. The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact? It is quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence in the assassination attempts on the president of Zhengfa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place, but when I asked about it, I learned that it went missing. And has somehow made its way to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion. This fucking cat, I swear to God. My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever. I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now? Sorry, but I don't plan on it. I see. I am relieved. Relieved? What does she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. She knows something's up. I hate her, but she knows something's up. Just what is she thinking? She left her seat after winning the bid for it. Only exit is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Crane went to the viewing platform where she was attacked. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary. Out to the viewing platform. But she wasn't attacked on the viewing platform. She was attacked in the storeroom. If she put on the raincoat, she would have been attacked in this room, but she's got bloody hands. Okay. Judge Courtney, I've found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us? She's an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance?
Oh, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness.
It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney. Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you. It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart. This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it? According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right, it had taken place just before this photo was taken. Wait, if that's true, then Justine's reasoning... Exactly, it does not hold up. What? Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I've seen him plain as day in my own two eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured I was about to get me a big scoop, you know?
I guess that makes sense. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person?
Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home that bacon.
Are you mocking me?
Oh, shucks, don't make that scary old face. I was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat, I reckon they were the culprit.
Hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the... Prosecutor Redgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. I was just about to. You had simply asked. I would have been more than willing to explain. Explain what? The sounds Miss Hart heard may not necessarily be related to the case. That is impossible. Enough of your excuses. Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane?
Such a shady conversation must have something to do with the case.
What did her voice sound like?
Her voice? Well, beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using voice changes.
Yes, the voice Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case. You need not object just because you wish to sigh. Judge Courtney, it seems I've greatly overestimated you.
No, Courtney is quite amazing, you see.
You claim the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case. Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being, this evidence proves the crime occurred before the victim went to the rooftop. I assume his bloody hand. At first I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way. Precisely. It was because she saw that the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. This victim shows the true condition of the victim. The victim was still alive after the attack. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterwards, the victim was seen with blood on their hands. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound. No way! Are you saying she died from a hand injury? No, that's not the case. I suspect she held her hand against the wound. Can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment, she must have already suffered a fatal wound. Oh, if that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know. Seems you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after this picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength. That is quite the coincidence. Indeed. I can only say that she's at the wrong place at the wrong time. Prosecutor Redgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact. You mean that, right? Must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it, you see. What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something? Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites. Hey, Pops, Justine's with me, you know. Don't order her around like that. You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing. I'm not embarrassing. Sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. Justine, give Mr. Redgeworth his, Very well. I shall give him his last rites. Yeah, abusive as fuck. Edward's contradiction. When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds these were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you say the same thing after reading that? Well done, Justine. With this, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you hear what Justine just said? Of course I did, and I still plan to object to it. It's not fair. You're always opposing me at every turn. It was never my intention to oppose you. Huh? Really? It's simply not worth my time. I see, so that's how it is. Yup, after all, That's enough, you know, you're embarrassing your father, you see. Huh? What do you mean, Pops? Okay. This feels like the thing to present on. Okay, I can't check that. I don't think there's anything. Blood were found in the hood, but not anywhere else. The fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. But if she was stabbed wearing it, it would have holes. Okay. Determined to best. Do you know what this is? Seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney? The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again? I suppose it might just come to that. Judge Courtney, answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where, specifically, those bloodstains were located? Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be. What does this mean? Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the ones on the hood? None were detected. Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been blood on the... There should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound at the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, Hercule sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it's unthinkable that a chest had been stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of the wound should be first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation? With this contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? The autopsy report. Autopsy report said the head wound was post-mortem. Nope. Nope. Is it this? Yep. Head wound was post-mortem. This is the autopsy report written by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem. But then that's not what the raincoat shows. Exactly. It's the exact opposite. Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Till we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case. Yes, ma'am, understood. Dr. Young is a busy person. It will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. One of the key figures of this case, the conductor. We still don't know who that person is. Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is. The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas? I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it. Who's that? Blaze de Best, I demand your testimony. What? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops? Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC? He's a bully and an asshole. You understand what that means? Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, these items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage. It's hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that? Obviously, direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from her earlier. Mr. Chairman, your response. Are you too shocked to speak? And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say you drew out some words from me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know? No one else heard it but you. It doesn't work like that, you see. Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument. This confidence, he also showed it at the cell. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman. I Of course, I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know? It seems... I'd just like to know what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see. How can I say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting room. Imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter. That's why all the members have key cards, you know. I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be the best. Yes, because the conductor had been a PIC member. Wait, no! What was that all about? What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy. Sebastian really is an idiot, you know. But you see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know. Indeed, there were 11 members in the PIC. My mouse just stopped working for a second. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there's still 10 potential suspects. It's Mr. Red Jacket. Can't be the chairman, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is, you just come forward. Yes, everyone just calm down, you know. Edgeworth, is this all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? There's another fucking part after this. Oh, so you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know. It's a very important man, and the chairman of the PIC. It's fine, you're not prepared to face the fire, you know? Because, you see... Either way, it won't make any difference. Because I'm gonna bully you. What the fuck? I've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and what else was there? It just doesn't matter, you know. Because you see, none of that means anything, you know. Think about it. We got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see. She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know. Now then, if there's any contradictions, be my guest. How can that be considered testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere. That person, he's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth, it's all right. Let's just give up. Surely I must have killed her. Even if I can't remember, even if I can't even remember it. Oh my god. Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you. But my opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, he has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that... Because I'm gonna bully you. Okay. Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. It's all that matters. This is a nonsense statement. This feels like the most content. Maybe true she confessed, however, that does not make it the truth. She's suffering from memory loss. We must question the credibility of her testimony.
Objection.
Whoa. Even if you say that, you know, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Want to try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well. Let's try asking her again one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she's the culprit. Huh? From me? Will that be alright? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you. I do not mind, however, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I'm moved to tears, you know. Oh, how touching, you know, how very touching. Fine, then, I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, that will be the end of it. How does that sound? The end of the hearing? Yes, it seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty. Yup, that's a fine idea. How do you have the power to do that? Guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that's right. That's harsh. But either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay. Yes. I know what I'm asking you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence? Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. 'Cause I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, I would only make things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust. Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I'd even say I know you better than yourself now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit because your true identity is... I love Kay too. Yatagarasu, right? She's the Yatagarasu. The great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu was a noble thief who would never stoop to murder. I love her so much. No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that's stuck in my head, I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
Hold it!
She loves her new dad so much, the idea of betraying him, even when she's lost her memory, torments her. Yeah. I want to give, like, all these characters hugs. They all need it, except for, I mean, the obvious ones. But Edgeworth needs a hug, Ray needs a hug, Kay needs a hug, Gumshoe needs a hug. Even Lotta can have one. There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit besides your own confession. Remember what I said? You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you cannot trust my words. No, that's not it. It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up. I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That is just like you, Kay. The music! It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it's a burden for you is none of my concern. Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That's my wish, above all else. Please. okay? Keep remembering. What is it? Did you remember something? She remembers something now. It'd be like a bad movie. Bull. What? What? Bull? Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify. Well, okay. What do you mean by bull? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. The stuffed bull doll. I'm certain of it. Is that true? Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The court hereby accepts his defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony. Objection. Quit messing around, Courtney. Testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know. Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings has been lacking up until now. Objection. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know. Her memories are vague. That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. Are you willing to do that, sir? You're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you. Thank you very much. We did it. It was touch and go for a while there, though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now, it almost feels as if she's on our side. I still don't like her. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about this stuffed animal? The stuffed animal Case spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It's believed to be one of the items for the auction. This is... do you know something about it, Justine? No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined. Indeed, it's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh. He's got a hole in his head. The left horn is missing. There's a hole in the stuffed animal. It seems the hole is where the horn is inserted into. I guess his head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside. Perhaps I should examine the other side. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off. This horn, it looks like you can move it. What? Oh. What was that buzzing sound? Seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. And the... I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Is this the moment of the murder? Who could have recorded something like this? The burn mark is the victim, obviously.
This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here's what I heard.
We cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible that they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well.
That's hogwash. I'm telling you. That right there was a conversation that I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked.
That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility. Again, her words. Almost sounds as she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it. This evidence shows our recording took place. Burn mark on the victim's hand. The autopsy report. Exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that? This part shows the recording. Okay. I remember clearly that what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark. Indeed, it just happened to match up, you see. But what of it? According to case testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely the burn. That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? I do not think so. It is hard to believe that all of this is simply a coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident. One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. I wish Fig fit on my lap because now I'm sitting like a 6th grader off a chair. Oh, baby. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking. Yesterday, I was eating ice cream and I was sitting, we have these like leather, like lounge, like reading chairs. And I was sitting in mine like sideways and she wedged herself on the chair with me, even though it was like barely room, just so she could beg for ice cream. If I can. Like, look at this little mooch. Like, she's just sitting on the freaking edge of the chair, staring at my bowl of ice cream. Like, girl, calm down. But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know? Indeed, because they've been using voice changers. It can't be helped. It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Crane. That's what I've been telling you from the start. Is she doing that thing like a cat where their elbows on the counter? Sort of, yeah. My cat won't let me sleep in my own damn bed. What is it with animals and just spreading out? From this, we will understand a new fact. Please enlighten us then. I trust you have no objections. She gonna give me the ice cream? Yo, hold on, let me send. Just like twist it up. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman. Do what you want. According to Miss Hart's testimony, just before the incident, 2 people came from the auction hall using the lift. Must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after winning a bid. And then, it was there the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth. This isn't a fact anymore yet. Culprit is the conductor. The culprit is Jill Crane. The victim was the conductor. The culprit is the conductor. Jill didn't kill herself, obviously. And I don't think Jill was a conductor because everything kept going. Music is a bop. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor. Justine. Please be quiet here, okay? If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit. Please wait. That alone is insufficient. Of course, even I do not intend to rely upon the process of elimination. certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor. Well then, please show it to us. What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is the conductor? Blood. Some of this blood. Blood on the lift. The blood on the box. The blood in the room. Does it look behind to hide the storeroom's existence? If it's the conductor, right, he would want to throw the scent off of the existence of the storeroom. So if he made sure the blood ended up down in the meeting room, that would make sense. My other thought is he would have the key for this box. I still don't understand the box. This is my guess. Okay. The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe that the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom. So we wouldn't be able to find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct? Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit would have only been the conductor. Do you have any idea who the conductor might possibly be? The auction hall is at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there's a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC. It's you, bitch. So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it. Isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC? Objection. You are quite capable. I'll give you that much, at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. You have nothing, you know. There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see. If, by some chance, you do have some evidence, why don't you present it? Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Blaze himself suggested that he's the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows that there's not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him. If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. I always wanted to say that, you know. Well then, Courtney. I reckon I just remember something too. What? You also lost your memories? No, it ain't that. That ain't it. Just something popped in my head right now. Very well, please tell us. Objection. Courtney, could you tell me what you are doing? Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility, so that he will never oppose us again. Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong. Fine then, let's hear what she has to say. Lotta, what you gotta say, honey? Then, Miss Hart, please proceed. You're Sebastian.
Sure thing. Just leave it to me.
Please make sure you only tell the truth.
Ain't that a matter of course? For, I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know.
Somehow I feel uneasy.
Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now, here's where it gets a mite strange. You see, there were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean?
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for.
Interesting. Are you sure about this?
Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder. Was it a ghost? You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know. Were there really no changes in the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling you, the auction just went on like normal. But there was one itty-bitty thing, though.
What was that?
You know those hammers you always see at an auction? Like the ones that lady is using over there?
An auction gavel, perhaps?
Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It'd been banged away just prior to it. Or it banged away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel? Does that have anything to do with the case? Okay. I'm sure it will. If Miss Hall's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. The victim was neither the conductor nor a customer. The very foundation of Prosecutor Redworth's reasoning would collapse. If she, walked in on it happening? Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you've learned your lesson, Mr. Redworth. Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do. It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't think Kay will be... Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well, then a deal's a deal. Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it is still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it, like you always do. Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid. Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left? Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report. That kind of thing. I brought her in. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly caught here? Oh my god, the yawning. Does someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing a compress. Stat. Ouch!
What'd you call me here for? Did something happen?
Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long. Please relax.
Tell me what in blazes is going on.
Of course, we called you here because something came up. Judge Courtney, just what are you planning? Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? Granny would never make a mistake. That's certainly strange. Huh? What's strange? This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? That's terrible. How can you accuse her of that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place?
To protect the true culprit, of course.
What you talking about? I would never do such a thing.
How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report, I wonder? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think? Oh, I expected you to press into a statement like you normally do. Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along. The autopsy report you gave Sebastian had been authentic. Then the error should not have been there. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything. That is what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony. Why do you want to hear her testimony? It'd be pointless. I'll be the one who decides whether it's pointless or not you. There are patients waiting for us. But Granny, ouch! Anyway, we don't have time for this. So anyway, I can convince you. This is of the utmost importance. Where's my chapstick? There it is. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please, try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there'll be people in terrible suffering. And yet, you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only if she tells me the truth, of course. She probably won't. Error in the autopsy report. There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy report. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. I've got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report. Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all. I think that third statement is probably pressable. Yes, that's right. You know, there's no way she would falsify it, you see. Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course, Granny would never tell a lie. Look at the hiccups. We're asking Dr. Young. We do not need to hear from a third party. I'm not a third party. I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you best prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor. I'll definitely expose the contradiction in the autopsy report. The victim wore this raincoat after suffering a blow to the head. Yet, there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it is impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem. Well, that's... Ouch!
I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning.
The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different. Yeah.
I relayed to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
Relayed to Karen? Please elaborate on that. So Karen wrote it down wrong? Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes. I'll read it out for you. Ouch!
This autopsy report wasn't written by me.
What? What do you mean? Beating each other up. I don't know. But Granny, I can't say that. Miss Jensen, if you are trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... In place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession. Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private. What? Is this true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I probably relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down. Wow, she mimicked her voice perfectly. There was no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report have been falsified. By your hand, Miss Jensen. Oh, With that, we've proven the wound on her head came first, followed by her chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report? Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know. She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Postmortem and antemortem sound kind of similar, you know. They're complete opposites. This is a definition of falsification. Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Kay, ouch. I wanted you to tell me too. Why did you do something like that? Granny, but because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it. I can't say. I just can't say it. Not I did not want to say it, but I can't say it. You're all a bunch of bullies, you know. Gang up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. Your first testimony was, 'cause I'm gonna bully you. It's totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake. No, 'cause you did something to her. That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies? What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you have to speak a little more clearly, you know? Very well, as you wish. I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case. She was an accomplice. Miss Jensen failed the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit. Ouch! This girl's an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim? It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least two people, namely because the victim couldn't have been moved, the number of people wouldn't match, the report couldn't have been faked. The number of people wouldn't match. Because it was 11 the whole time. If the conductor was the culprit, one of the auction guests was the victim, and one of the victims. It would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident.
What now? You got a problem with my testimony?
Not at all. Rather, it's because I believe your testimony, that's why an accomplice must exist.
So you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong?
Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, and Karen is the one who found Kay, allegedly, then the number of people remains 11.
Oh, I see now. That's what you're thinking.
But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? Miss Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim? I wouldn't. Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who the true culprit was. I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ouch. But Granny,
I'll accept whatever wrongs you may have done.
just tell everyone. Tell me everything. Oh my god. Stop beating up your grandmother. What in the whole fuck? As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice. Miss Jensen, why? Miss Jensen, would you please tell us? Yes, it's okay, Granny. I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane. So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice? Yes, I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane. The conductor expected an attack from the victim. They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at her own game. That's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began.
Whoa there. You ain't fooling my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I've been in that storeroom the entire auction.
I'm telling the truth. I wonder about that, you know. Can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report? There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. Then by all means, tell me, where did our little nurse hide? The box. She hid inside this costume trunk. A costume trunk, eh?
Ah, now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked too, tried to give up.
I suspect that when you sneaked into the room, Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk. Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction had opened the lid after instructing me to hide inside. The conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction. So then when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storeroom. Yes, that should be right. The auction had just been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred in there.
You betcha I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time.
Following the altercation, Joe Crane was murdered. After killing Joe Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Joe Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident? Yes, that's right.
Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction's guests. Ain't that impossible? The gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know. Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus?
No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switcheroo is because she stole the victim's clothes. For what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appeared to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person. Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ouch!
You must embarrass the dead like that.
I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction. So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened.
I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that.
That'd make all the facts line up. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. This is not her voice.
I witnessed the 11 participants when I hightailed it back to the statue.
Don't tell me. You were hiding there the entire time until we found you?
No, that's... how should I put it?
What is it? Did something happen?
I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted. Well, something like that.
Something did happen.
It ain't no big deal. Kind of embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was alright after I had just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots.
That was Kay falling.
My heart sort of tightened up, and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came by the storeroom.
I see. So there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point.
I guess, but after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited the storeroom just like I had done.
Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed? I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk, because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it. You didn't realize the box was empty? No, we only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder. Kay? Yes, he probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness. And when the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop. I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Miss Hart, I have determined the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor. That might have been it, though I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that. When Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay, Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation was becoming clearer to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story. After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found it, there would have been huge commotion. Was this an order from the conductor as well? Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing. So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence. And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit. I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was a conductor. In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything. Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back. I want to help you more, but that's all I know. If I had to say, there's just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ouch! What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair? I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough. Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight and wavy wig. Two wigs? Why would there be two? Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed her hairstyle. I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair. So that means the wavy wig was left unused. Interesting. I don't know where this is fucking going. Is that really all you know? Yes. Yep, that's really all I know. So that means you don't know who the conductor is? I'm sorry, I only knew the person as the auction conductor. I never saw the person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody. At this rate. Edgeworth, is that all you got? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing. In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know. But the rule of law cannot be overturned, at least not for your sake. Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay? No, there's a whole nother fucking part. Oh, my love. Francisca, why are you here? Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there is a case, I will follow it. Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated. However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path. I understand. You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday. Detective Gumshoe did? Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first. Okay, we did know that. Well, someone say something. Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that. Already proved? Yes, well, just a few minutes ago. You should have told me sooner. You're the one who barged in here and started talking. Well then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already? No, not yet. Is Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck in the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound in her chest was suffered post-mortem. A cylindrical murder weapon?
Objection.
You know, this report of yours, I trust is accurate. Of course. These were the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
Objection.
That's reassuring, but it's too bad. You have no right to investigate this case. Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it's only natural for me to investigate. Oh. Especially something. I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma. It has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, the murder weapon is yet to be found. Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be. Hey, it's my investigation and we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know. If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. The blunt cylindrical object was an auction gavel. Judge Courtney's gavel. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that. If the culprit is the conductor, it's possible the gavel may be the murder weapon. Okay. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree? Of course, I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel. The autopsy report? No. Of course not the autopsy report. Nope. Lotta. How it disappeared in the second half of the... Which one was it? According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. Getting school email, sorry. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as the murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right? Blazed best. I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately. Well, good luck with that, you know. You've got to work as hard as you can while you're young, you see. He was completely confident we won't find it. God, there's still another part. Well then, when research for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess. Oh my god, alright, let's see how long the next part is. Not long. Okay. It looks like one testimony. And then it's just going to be an explainer about, you know, what actually happened, which will probably take a while, but we're going to fucking finish this case. Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We've searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. That is most unfortunate. It seems I'm left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict. Well, it sure seems that way, you know. Normally, you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind the murder weapon, you know. The best criminals would never do something like that, you see. I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go? Yes, it's a shame, you know, but it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know. All those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain, they trusted me, you know, told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see. When it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know, each and every one. Ha ha ha. However, I wish you could have seen it now, you know, the stupid look on their faces. I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law. There's nothing more I can do with this both Kay and I are. If only we had some evidence. I never thought that I would be passing judgment on you like this. Is this the end? No, it's never the fucking end. The defendant, Blaze de Best. I hereby indict you. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Courtney. Oh, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? I have here documents regarding a certain case. The IS-7 incident. A case that happened 18 years ago. Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait, you don't mean... On the day of the crime, the records of your keyboard being used was because I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seemed like it was before the black market auction had begun. At first, I told you I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At the time, I simply could not tell you the truth. Okay. What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Without any basis, this is slander. What a wonderful remark, Sebastian. Huh? Really? Of course, there is a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body. That was because the body of the sculptor Isaac Dover had been stolen. Papa fabricated information about a body? What do you mean? Detective Lisa, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there is a person who purposefully did not report to him that the body had disappeared. What? What did you say? That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend the others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report. Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident? Please wait, Granny didn't do anything wrong. She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey. That person was the chief prosecutor at the time. Chief prosecutor 18 years ago. You don't mean... Chief prosecutor who gave Papa his first penalty. That silhouette, I thought it was going to be like a young version. I didn't think it was none other than you, Blaze Best. What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that. Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now. Like, shut up, child. Blaze de Best, do you have a rebuttal? Fabricated stuff about the body. Von Karma did all that on his own, you know. Falsifying the autopsy report? Young, you would actually do something like that. Man, you really do some terrible things behind my back, you know. Seeing as how all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly. Please wait, Granny is... Ouch! Granny, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Yep, because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me. So Miss Jensen was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you Blaze de Best? That... I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face. Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue. That's right. The conductor's mask, it exposed a tiny part of his face. There was a tattoo there. I'm sure of it. A tattoo. A tattoo, you say?
Objection.
Oh, I hate his voice. Really have no idea what you're talking about, you know. As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face. You see, so that person doesn't match at all, you know. The person who threatened her, the so-called conductor. I wonder who it is, you know. You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say. Pull the beard, pull the beard. I'm waiting for him to rip it off his face. Yeah. Hasn't he incurred your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess? Jill Crane had been pursuing you, just as I have. And I will not let her death be in vain. Crane was, you know, you say she was pursuing me. That's why there was a curly wig, a wavy wig, and a straight wig. Is because her hair is like wavy-ish. You say she was pursuing me. I didn't really know her that well, you know? I want it to be some cartoony shit, like he slapped it back on afterwards. Yes. Someone get the tweezers. Oh my god, yes. I would like to pluck it one by one so he feels that pain. I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know, but I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see. You didn't know the victim well? You didn't know the victim well? That is a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony. I see. Everyone is bullying me. If you're gonna go that far, that's fine. You see, I'll just have to make you disappear. What a threat. Every last one of you. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall cooperate with you as well. If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste. Yes. I promise I will live up to your expectations. Now then, Blaze to Best, you shall testify regarding the victim. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, you see. Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see. Fell asleep for a sec, woke up, and the bag of my barbecue trash looked like a little white goblin with my computer chair and a freaked your bean. Oh no. That is the worst, like waking up and you see a shape you're not familiar with, and it just startles you. You tend to deny you're guilty until the bitter end, don't you? Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be a criminal. I mean, he's my Pops, you know? He's the very best. No one ever was. What is with this chapter and referencing video games? This is the third one. Or just referencing pop culture. Oh my god. Yes, Sebastian, you're gonna stick with me. Be sure you have a clear basis, you know? First one was thinking in portals. I'm forgetting what the second one was, but now there's this. It was like another game thing. Oh, alright, I got it. I'll clear you these fake accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. We won't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You really are pure, you know. That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he? However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father. Francisca? No matter how much they may look up to him, each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are. This is going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crimes. there ever any trouble between you two over work? Unlikely, you know. I'm kind of important, you see. I've got reports saying that she was exceedingly capable. But, you know, our social status was completely different, you see. So we didn't talk much, you know. That may be true, but it doesn't prove that you didn't kill her. That's rather prejudiced, you know. I mean, look at you. You're taking the side of a criminal. Seems Miss Crane was the one who had an interest in you, Mr. Chairman. Like, yeah, I really hope they don't. You know, it really is a mystery. I haven't the faintest idea, you see. So that's that. Since I had no motive, your reasoning doesn't hold. Okay, that wasn't the state of the press. About this one. So you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim? That's right. I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see. You didn't know about the burn mark? Oh, well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know, when they're just gonna disappear, you see. What the fuck does that mean, dumbass? In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I would like you to add your statement about the victim's burn to your testimony. We learned should the burn mark her hand, you see. I don't think I have any evidence for that. So you're saying you didn't know about the victim's burn. Is that really the truth? You really are persistent, you know. Do you really think I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand? I would think the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss. Now that you mention it, Jill Crane regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred. Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see. I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know. I would like you to add your so-called sensitive understandings of a woman to your testimony. Maybe she was always wearing gloves in order to hide the burn mark, you know. Right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh?
Objection!
Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that is true, then it creates a huge contradiction. Oh, a huge contradiction, you say? I would like you to listen to the voices recorded on this stuffed animal one more time. We were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit. Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you know? There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn on her hand.
Objection!
Gloves come off very easily, you know. She could have taken them off during the auction. That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered. Oh, maybe it's not a tattoo, but a burn on his face. What are you saying? You don't understand the position you're in. I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me. Blaze, Your day of reckoning has finally come. Somehow, it seems like you all want to disappear. Permanently. The only one who'll be disappearing here is you, Blaze the Best. Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not? Yes, it certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation. Yeah. His beard keeps catching on fire. That is, foreshadowing. What are you saying? If the victim's burn mark was invisible, what exactly does this tell you? The culprit also had a burn mark. Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark could not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen? Someone else's burn mark. Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I know who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim. What?
Objection.
I hate him and his stupid voice. Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up till now is just a figment of your imagination, you know. The culprit had a burn mark. Where is it, you know? If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know. Where was the culprit's burn mark? I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise? Indeed, during the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then... Now, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof, you see. Where's that stupid mask? Oh, what? Was that with Lada's testimony? Each was wearing a mask. Aaron's was... No, okay, it's not Lada's testimony, it's Karen's testimony? No, which one is it? I don't care about the S7 incident. I mean, I do, but I don't. Oh, it's this. Yes? No? Maybe? I thought that was the thing that got added to my testimony. Has a facial tattoo. This one. It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time. What can you figure out from the clothes alone? The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Miss Jenkins' testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo. A burn mark on his face.
Objection.
It's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know? Feels bad to say Kay looks cut in her hospital garb. She kind of does. None of the PIC members have any burn marks on their face, you see? Naturally, that includes me as well, you know. Huh? Pops, but... Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know. Normally, Sebastian is a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe him my gratitude. That reaction from Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more clearly than anything else. Thanks to him, I'm confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to. I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor. Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time, he's probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal. Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance. Okay, we're here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time, I shall show you the truth. You are innocent. I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me. Yes, that's the spirit. That's impossible, you know, for all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know. That's right. There's no contradiction at all. There's no way there can be a contradiction. Not for my pops. Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever. Pops, what should I do? I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know. Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see. Gotta use your head, you know. Honestly, you really are a useless idiot. No way. But I tried real hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to, reached the top of my class just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to do. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards just so I could be like you, Pops.
Objection.
You really are such an idiot, you know. You know, those gold stars you got on your tests, I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all the judges were my friends. You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son. You fucking called it, Carly. Don't you think? Excuse me. Even my son has disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know. Thank you. He was... gonna sneeze again. He was trying his best for me, and he was totally useless, you know. Thank you, everyone. I'm probably gonna sneeze like 4 more times, so don't even worry about it. You truly are a despicable person. As the chairman of the PIC, and as a father, even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor. Poor Mr. Prosecutor. Blaze to best, you. Just what do you think of your own son? He's just a useless pawn, you see. Whoa now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know? I mean... Oh my god, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you? I cannot deny that. However, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best, even if the results aren't up to par. I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
Objection.
That kid is no good, you see, no matter what he does or is told to do. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaze de Best. Yes, that is my intention from the beginning. There was a burn mark on the conductor's face. Then Blaze de Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is, the key to revealing the truth. Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face. Is it not the exact same evidence? present testimony this time. Conductor prepared wigs with the straight wig. We've wearing his options. I don't think they want me to just present the same thing again. I don't think that's gonna be. Just gonna look through everything real quick. I know, I feel really bad for him. He is an idiot, but he did not deserve to be treated that way. No. 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 What if the second wig wasn't actually for her? What if the other wig was for something else? Yeah, what if the wig is his beard, Carly? Is exactly what I'm thinking. If you would recall Miss Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unexplained. 2 types of wigs have been prepared, one of which was left unused. Do you mean the wavy wig? What are you talking about? It was something Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim. What does something like that have to do with the burn? Inside the costume chest, Miss Jensen witnessed 2 wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for? Doesn't seem like it was a spare wig. There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of Blaze to Best. Don't stare at me like that. Don't you think there's just one spot where there's a huge contradiction? Specifically, around his face. So that's not a wig at all. Indeed, it was no wig. Blaze to Best, it was your fake beard. This is a real beard, you know. Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else. That's why he was trying so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn under his fake wig? Fake beard? Grab his beard and twist it, exactly. Just dive in there and rip it off. Blaze to Best. How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Is he gonna burn it off? Oh my god! Who gets a burn the shape of a skull? Is it a brand? A burn mark! Prosecutor Edgeworth. Justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that, I give you my thanks. I should be the one thanking you. Blaze to Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane. Whew. Now for just all the exposition. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy you believe me in the very end. To the very end. Eobald, yes. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor? No, as a friend. I simply wanted to save you. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. Seems that former Chairman Best has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon and the auction gamble continues. Blaze to Best is a shrewd man. There's a good chance that he already disposed of it. There is also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaze the Best mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters. What do you mean? First, he found this letter in Jill Crane's clothing. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The contents of the letter seemed to suggest the two had been corresponding with each other, which is why Blaze the Best assumed that the two were working together. Ridiculous, that can't be right. After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted the rest of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Jill Crane's left breast pocket. Isn't that just an excuse? Yes, which is what I thought as well. May have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the goddess of law, these are all trivial matters. His crimes shall certainly not go unpunished. Crimes plural. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions. Judge Courtney, will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaze the Best murder Jill Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case? Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. God. Long ago, Jill Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Although, in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead. I see, so that's what happened. While the goddess of law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaze the Best crimes to light. So, Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaze the Best and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC. By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor? We've been unable to contact him for some time now. Do you have any idea where he might be? I had not been truly working for him, so... I see. I feel very sorry for him. What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he can't, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever. Father's influence is not something that's easily erased. However, I'm sure he'll be able to change from here on out. Yes, that's right. Surely you must be right. Will I too be able to walk my own path in life? Kay. Kay, is your body all right? Yes, thanks to you. I'm so sorry. Even though you're my patient, you ended up getting suspected because of me. You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of the heart too. That's my granny. Kay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial. That will be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley. Who's in charge of the defense? Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney, but now she's passed away. We are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney. Jill Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense. I'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly, since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then. Please wait! What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What will happen to his prosecutor's badge? With the chairman arrested, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps, one could say, only the goddess of law knows. But that's... You don't need to worry about me. This is the path I've chosen. Seems you have no plans to change it either. Of course not. I chose this path to seek the truth. With the departure of Blaise de Best, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I did not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings. I see. It seems our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other. Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge. That was my intention from the start. However, on occasion, the goddess of law is quite generous. Please, return this notebook to its proper owner. Kay's promise notebook. Seems this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seems Blaise de Best quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letter he found also contained the same name. You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaise really did not prepare the letters himself? Yes, that man has said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction, or so he says. Unfortunately, this is all Blaise's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. The attorney from the PIC and Kay really were acquaintances. It would be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality. I don't know about that, Edgeworth. Why did I call him Edward? I'm losing it. You really do trust her, don't you? In that end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the goddess of law desires. I appreciate it. Edgeworth is speechless a lot in this case. Just kind of stumbling over his words. I shall pray she recovers her lost memories. Goodbye. Is something wrong? Okay, I'm returning something very important to you. What a fucking angle. This is... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all our promises and become a hero, just like you, Daddy. That's right. There was one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I'll never ever forget them. Like sharing a cigarette or something. Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right. I am. I am the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday. And I'm the second Yatagarasu, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Kay, you remember. It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Even when I lost my memories, you were still always trying to save me, right? Seems you're back to normal. Wow, Kay, you've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again. Miss Jensen, Miss Dr. Young, thanks for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling all better, how about changing back into your own clothes? I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean. These clothes. Wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding on to them? He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me. Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet? To be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Right, there was something sticky on her clothes. Now, more importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay. Still, isn't it better if we do not remove her bandages? She should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries. Then why is she so heavily bandaged? Better safe than sorry. Pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto. What a troublesome motto. Come on, Kay, let's get you dressed up over there. Now this is definitely what a great thief should look like. She's adorable. I love her. A smile certainly suits you better. I love Francisca's soft spot for Kay as well. In the past, and now as well. Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too. I only came because Scruffy asked me to. That's Scruffy. He always wanted to see you also wanted to see your energetic self again. Gummy? What happened to Gummy? Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge. Detective Gumshoe. I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning. What's going to happen to the two of them? One aided with the murder of an attorney. The other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in the court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze. We'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible. Well then, take care. Bye, Francisco. Now then, Kay. Sorry to ask so soon, right after you regained your memories. But I have some questions. Sure, ask me anything you want. Why is Lotta just hanging out? What were you doing in the day you lost your memories? On that day, I was asked to come to Gourd Lake. I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out. What? What is she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gourd Lake? When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof at the Grand Tower. My mind was still in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic, I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. As long as this bitch is here, slept, sir. When I woke up, all my memories were gone. The person in the red raincoat. Who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain I saw them walking in midair. Somehow this is all starting to make my head hurt. Please calm down. You're just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely, this is the main cause of your confused memories. Your memories of two places would be my guess. Yeah. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both Gourd Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places. Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, you really think I'd get them confused? Most likely there was something at the Grand Tower which led your confusion. The cherry blossom tree? Probably. Grand Tower Rooftop and Gourd Lake have two 2 points in common. Oh, 2. They both have a cherry tree and a food stall. Okay. Now that you mention it, your memories were confused because you have been in 2 similar locations. The person you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Cord Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop. So that's what happened! How dare they steal the memories of a great thief? They'll pay for this. Nevertheless, I wonder who the person that assaulted Kay was. The person in the red raincoat who appeared at Gourd Lake. What's that noise? Sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out.
What's this? My shutterbug says it is tickling. I smell me another scoop.
You're still here? Alright, Lotta, you can stop now. Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing is here's what's beeping. This transceiver. Why do I feel I've seen it somewhere before? I don't remember. It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device. Come on, we have to answer it. Here goes. Hello, Edgeworth speaking. Kay, please don't just answer it on your own. I'm speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume. This voice is Shelley DeKiller. I knew it. Fucking, of course you got to come back for the last case. I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who's pulling the strings behind this incident? Why do you know about the incident? That's not important right now. Wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind this case. I've had an inkling that such a person exists, but even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest someone had used Kay to disrupt the investigation. Huh? There was? So, who's this mastermind? I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Would you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind? The letters? Would be my guess. It was a letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim. Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all. Who could have prepared this letter? I too am quite curious to know. So, you're not the one who wrote the letter? What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? He gave it up! It wasn't taken from him. I look forward to finding out from the shadows. This man, how does he know that? Do we have an understanding? Please ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me. He said the case wasn't solved yet. What did he mean by that? And why would Mr. DeKiller even bother telling us that? Ugh, nothing makes sense anymore. This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I am still has not changed. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth, I swear it. Oh my gosh. Fuck yeah. Only took 6.5 fucking hours. We finally finished this goddamn episode. Let me save, please. Okay. Goodbye. Alright, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. These cases are so goddamn long. I'm gonna do my best to finish this fucking game next week. That's my hope. I think there's 6 parts. something like that. I don't know. We're gonna get through it. Hopefully, that's the dream. If not, we'll finish it the week after. I don't really want to do an 8-hour stream just to finish the one case, so we'll see how it goes. But thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, next week will be normal stream. And then the week after, the next 2 weeks are normal. Then I will not be streaming the Friday after, but I might do a weekend stream because that's my wedding day. Not my wedding, but the wedding I'm in. And then from there, it's just choppy. June is a choppy month for me. So, you think we realize how long these games are by now, but it's surprising me every time. They get longer and longer. Like, legitimately, every single time they just get a little bit longer. A little bit longer. And it just adds up. Like, the 2 great Ace Attorney games are, the 2 of them are longer than the 3 original trilogy. Like, it's insane. But it's okay. We're gonna get through it. It'll be great. I hope you guys have a great weekend. If you have any fun weekend plans, I am going to be picking up 7 books from the library for one of my classes. And no, 7 is not an exaggerated number. It is the number of books that I reserved that I'm going to have to read for this class. And I'm going to write a paper this weekend. That's my weekend. But I hope y'all have a more exciting weekend than me. I love y'all. You're the best. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, my friend. It'll be fine. Hopefully. We'll see. But anyway, I thank you all for coming to stream. I very much appreciate it. I love you guys very much. You're the best. For sticking out with me for fucking 6.5 hours of this chaos. I hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your Friday and an amazing weekend. And I will see you guys all next week. Okay? Goodbye.